I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. So until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and very breaking news this morning: Air India plane crashes on takeoff, I believe, and it was heading to Ukraine. Actually, not Ukraine, UK. Uh, it's just breaking news right now, so I'm going through the media real quick. But as I'm seeing here, I'm looking at breaking news: Air India plane headed to UK crashes. There was 142, I believe, souls on the plane. I believe they're all dead. Um, this is a mass casualty event right now. Let's go over here and let's check it out for ourselves. It is breaking news right now. Let's go ahead and put the
India plane with 244 people on board bound for London Gatwick Airport crashing shortly after takeoff into a residential area in India. A huge plume of thick black smoke you can see filling the sky.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this for the first time, too. The aircraft is a Boeing 787 and received the last signal just seconds after takeoff at 625 feet. According to Flight Radar, that is, India's aviation ministry also says the nation is on the highest alert and rescue teams have been mobilized.
So this is what we know. All flights are currently suspended at that airport in India until further notice. There is no word on any casualties yet, and the airline says that they will share more details when they are available. Britain is working with Indian authorities to urgently establish the facts.
Yeah, and it looks so another issue will be where it crashed, in a residential neighborhood. And that's, you wonder what's happening, people in their homes. Almost like Lockerbie, there were people that were hurt as the plane exploded in midair.
All right, let's bring in Mike Boyd. He's an aviation consultant. Mike, thanks for getting up this morning. I know this just happened. You probably don't know more than what we just talked about. But have you heard about any fatalities? And what do you think went wrong? Another problem for Boeing?
Okay, another problem with Boeing. Before he answers this question, I have more video. Since the U.S. don't want to show it, I gotta go searching for it. So here we go. This is what happened. Plane looks like it's going downwards. It's not getting no strength. It's no energy. It's trying to pick up, but it's not, and it's stalling, and it's going down. And this is where it crashes. Oh boy, this is not good. Those people are not alive. This is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. So this is a really good plane actually. And this, I believe, is the first time a 787 Dreamliner has crashed. Oh boy. This is not good. Not good at all. Let me see if they probably hear it. And I'll play it back again so we can see the plane coming down, but it's not good. And definitely gonna have 142 plus people dead. This is a plane, how it looks. Similar to the one that crashed. Yeah, man. It reached an altitude over 600 feet before it went down. The people on the train, people are probably people that were standing by outside. I remember this was in the daytime in India, and there's a lot of people standing around, and doing mass casualties, civilians injured. I believe the 242 people are dead. I just feel the energy, they all went. That's so scary. That's why it looks. That's why I don't want to fly. Shit like this. Look at it. It looks like he's trying to go, but he can't. And the thing is, he has his wheels down. His wheels are down. It just, I don't know. It's just something about it. Just look on the video again. You see his landing gear is down. So if he was upon takeoff, you would believe that these wheels would be coming up, but they're still down. And it's not climbing, it's descending. So like, what made this plane not be able to climb up? And why is it leveled off? Because usually these planes, they're pitched up. They're not pitched side like the way it is. Because the way it looks like right here in this video, it looks like it's going for a landing. It looks like it's coming downwards for a landing instead of going upwards for a takeoff. So this is wild. Hey Chloe, good morning. Yeah, I just saw the chat right now because I have so many windows open and I didn't have the comments. I gotta put my phone here. Give me 1 second so I could put it on the chat. But this watch this video again. This is a 787 Boeing making a crash. They're saying it was seconds after takeoff. It doesn't look like it was taking off. Like I just rewind it and I'm looking at it. It looks like it's coming down for a landing. It doesn't look like it's going up. Okay, now you can see it's trying to go up. If you I wish I had a better image right here. Let me see if I could go back just a tad. Okay. It is facing a little upwards, but it's like it's dragging, like the bottom part, like the backside of the plane is kind of dragging and it's not really lifting, it's going downwards. Does this plane have enough engine power to accelerate upwards? I don't know if this was a stall, but it doesn't look normal as far as like I can see. This explosion. Oh man, this is so bad. Let's come back over here. You see how it's like it's trying, it wants to climb, but the plane is it seems like it was like bottom heavy. Like the backside of the plane, it seems like it was pretty heavy in the backside. Oh, this is not good. Let's go ahead and go to other news here. It's regular on this side because this is breaking news all over the world right now. It's not like we didn't have so much on our plates already, but we got a lot more on our plates. So let's listen in.
So let's return to the air crash, the Air India crash.
So we're looking at 244
of Mumbai.
So 232 passengers with 12 crew members.
Shocking scenes.
That would put the number at
by Patrick Christens of
244.
GB News London, because of course this flight was bound for Britain. Patrick, what can you tell us?
Okay, so the flight is a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. As far as I can see, it's the first 787 that has ever crashed. It's carrying 242 people on it, all bound for an airport just a few miles away from where I'm sitting now. 230 passengers and 12 crew members. The video that I've seen, it appears to just lose power. And then from what locals on the ground are saying on social media, it's crashed into a construction site, but it is a very heavily and densely populated area that it has crashed into. It does seem as though maybe it's managed to avoid the worst of the kind of housing estates. There are some aviation experts that are just a bit confused about what's gone on here, because the quote that I've seen is that about 1 minute after takeoff, which is when this plane crashed, the planes really should be almost flying themselves, which is quite confusing as to why it's come down. Nobody has ruled in or out terrorism or any kind of evil intent. We don't want to speculate too much there. From the video that I've seen,
the way
it
it
does
was
look more like a
gliding,
loss of
it
power.
doesn't look like it was
That
going up.
airport itself, I was having a look at, there's about 250 flights a day from Ahmedabad Airport, several to the UK. It's about 9 hours, 45-minute direct flight. So it was due to land this evening here in Britain. I've got a statement for you from Gatwick Airport. They say, we can confirm that flight AI171 that crashed on departure from Ahmedabad Airport today was due to land at Gatwick Airport at 6 p.m. local time here. They said there's more information to follow. It's a confusing picture at the moment. I do have to be realistic. I think most people who've seen the pictures will also understand this. We're not necessarily expecting there to be any survivors, unfortunately. It would be miraculous if there were. We hope there are, but that's where we're up to at the moment. Gatwick, I mean, the airport here has not suspended all flights or anything. It's just appeared to be very much a problem at at India's end, really, when it comes to this. But yeah, and also, Andrew, it's worth pointing out as well. Sorry, it is. We don't know what's happened here, but it is another disaster for Boeing. They've had several disasters in the past for a variety of different reasons. Not all of them their fault, but pains to say. There was a problem with a different type of plane that they had, the 737, which this plane isn't. But of course, now you hear the word Boeing and you see something like this, and some people will be wondering what's going on, really.
I don't know. It makes me not want to fly.
Yes, they've had a terrible time. They just had some record orders in May, so they seem to be getting out of it. And now this, of course, as you say, it's far too early to speculate what were the cause, but it did seem there to lose power. And if it is a mechanical issue, wow, that's anyway. But the real tragedy right now is the lives lost and all those people in Britain who are waiting to see their relatives or friends come back from India. I mean, oh my goodness.
Sorry to go across you, Andrew, but that's a really good point there, actually, because we have a huge Indian community here in Great Britain. And in fact, just down the road from where I live now is a place called Harrow. Further on to that is a place called Southall. Massive, massive, massive Indian communities. So people who are, either born in India or have relatives, etc. There will be so many people currently in England who are worrying about their relatives, about their friends, desperately trying to get in touch with them as well. So it's incredibly concerning times for a lot of Britain's Indian population at the moment.
Right. Oh my goodness. All right. We'll have more during the night on this tragedy as news comes to hand, news and vision. Patrick, can I just ask you about something? We've seen the riots in America caused by supporters of illegal immigration. It's also turning immigration Britain into a tinderbox. You just had riots in Northern Ireland after alleged sexual assault, blamed on boys who needed a Romanian interpreter. The context is, of course, of deep concern about mass immigration, especially the tens of thousands of illegal boat people sailing into Britain this year. Now, you had your Prime Minister actually say he was going to do something about it. He hasn't, not that I can see, but you have been able to do something after you got in touch with a people smuggler who's touting for business on the internet. Let's have a look at the ad that you saw. No, we haven't got that. You set it up. You left you a message on the phone, Patrick, to come and join him at a particular place to get you over to Britain. What happened next?
Exactly. So if you just go on one of these things on TikTok, you will be able to find human traffickers who are operating around northern France, trying to get people illegally into Britain. So I contacted some of those people.
Over here because,
it is. It's the first 787 fatal crash in history. That's going to make Boeing not too happy. But just looking at the pictures that are there, and you guys as much as I do, it looks like the airplane took off, lost power, and went down. There are other videos coming out, and of course it's confused, where they show survivors. So maybe there's good news here. But the real issue now is what caused this airplane to go down, and everything is speculation. The only thing we know for sure is it did go down. And the question is, what is Boeing going to be doing? Believe me, they'll be all over, because up till now, this airplane has had a spotless safety record.
No, it doesn't have a spotless safety record. Let me pause him real quick, because that could be dangerous what he's saying there, because this Boeing has been known to have a history of glitches, and they've been having flap malfunctions reported on the same plane. So no, it's not spotless at all, and they're gonna cover a bit for Boeing, because of course it's an American company, so they don't want to put too much negativity onto this accident. They don't want negative reports, but hey, let me tell you something. The truth is right in front of us. Like, this is crazy. Let me show you guys another tab here. Some news this is from India, if I believe. So let me turn this up here.
I can't see any smoke trail coming from the engines. So that means the engine is not on the fire. Third thing, the plane has come gradually down, and I understand that it had gone to about 200 meters above the surface after takeoff.
Right. Group Captain, would it be
thereafter-
fair to say that the pilot was in fact trying to land at a safe area, perhaps away from residents and away from civilian buildings? Because that's what we're looking at. Those visuals that are coming, it's barely a minute-long video where you can see the plane descending, the nose going up slightly, perhaps pilot there trying to avert an accident,
Yes,
but
falling.
eventually comes
It's
down
falling.
very slowly. So the pilot's perhaps till the very last second trying to avert that incident.
Yes, he has been trying to for that. He didn't have the power
And
to maneuver the plane a
was
little
full of
further
jet
because
fuel.
we understand that
It
it has
was a
crashed into
non-stop
a
flight
hostel.
from India
That
to
means
UK.
he has not been able to get the plane landed on the or crashed landed on the planes. So this is unfortunate. On the first glance, it looks that there is a power loss in the engines. This has got a very efficient engine. 10,000 engines are there in this 787, and that is very capable of it. That can carry a lot of a load, much beyond. It is understood that about 40 to 50% above and over the authorized loads it can carry. So presently, what strikes me that what can cause this engine to dwindle down or lose its thrust. That is one thing to be seen. Obviously, the two engines are showing that there is no trail of fire, that means no trail of smoke. That means the engine is not on the fire while the plane is airborne. So obviously there is a loss of thrust. Plane has come down. Another thing, usually we...
sir, I have to ask you, prima facie, it appears to be an engine issue?
Yes, prima facie, it looks to be that engine has lost its thrust. That's the first and foremost thing.
All right.
What reason? I don't know. There are many reasons in which engine can lose thrust. But in most of the cases, if there is a bird hit, there is a telltale sign in the air itself. Sometimes the engines catch fire. Sometimes there is a smoke trail, or engine may just...
But none of that is seen. None of that is seen. Right.
Yeah.
So, but I also have to apprise the viewers right now that video has been recorded from a civilian phone. So it's not a high quality video. So therefore, we cannot really ascertain whether there was any smoke, if at all. All of this information is extremely preliminary. All of this information is now coming to light by the way of visuals and videos that have been shared by civilians on social media. We're trying to break and give you all the latest details emerging as far as government is concerned. But the latest that we know, Air India Boeing 787 has crashed in Ahmedabad. The Air India flight crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. It was carrying about 245 passengers. It is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Dr. Sanat Kaul, who's the chairman of International Foundation for Aviation, Aerospace and Development, also joining us. Dr. Kaul, prima facie, as we were discussing, this appears to be an engine issue. And come to think of it, Boeing 787 Dreamliner has also faced some serious allegations in the past, including the FAA grounding these aircraft, suggesting that they perhaps may not be as solid and as dependable as Boeing may claim it to be. Then there have been some whistleblower allegations as well when that plane is concerned, and those allegations have been made in Western countries. As far as India is concerned, 787 has been relatively safe for us. But would it be fair to say right now that one needs to also investigate the entire line of 787?
Well, I don't think the entire line of 787 needs to be investigated, but maybe anything could happen. I mean, you can never say. Boeing had a lot of problem with 737s and their MAX aircraft, which is true. But what has happened in this particular case, we don't know. I mean, as the previous speaker was saying, that there was no fire in the engine. So the thrust perhaps was an issue. Maybe it could be some other issue. We should not even leave out sabotage at this stage, when the inquiry will go on and they will determine many things. Today, we can't even find the black box. But at the same time, I have heard on the television that the captain did give a Mayday type call to the air tower of Ahmedabad, but it didn't take too long for it to crash. So there was some issue when immediately after takeoff, It did take off, it seems, because it did not crash into the wall of the airport, but it took off and crashed immediately thereafter. So what happened is a matter of speculation at this stage, and it's very unfortunate, very tragic. But beyond that, it's very difficult to say anything just now.
Very, very tragic, very early to make any assessment on what led to the crash. Meanwhile, more details coming in. The Prime Minister of UK, Keir Starmer, has also reacted, saying the scenes emerging of a London-bound plane carrying many British nationals crashing in the Indian city of Ahmedabad are devastating. I'm being kept updated as the situation develops. My thoughts are with the passengers and their families at this deeply distressing time. More and more world leaders are now reacting to what seemed to have transpired in Ahmedabad.
So go ahead and pause this here. We're going to go to another news outlet here. Give me 1 sec. Let me put the volume on here. Let me just set it up properly. Here we go.
Breaking news out in India. Take a good look at your screen. I will say viewer discretion is advised. This is a live feed, and we are trying to monitor the latest images. The Associated Press reporting early this Thursday, an Air India passenger plane bound for London with 244 people on board crashed this Thursday in India's northwestern city of Ahmedabad, the airplane and local media reporting. Visuals on local television channels and what you're seeing live right here on Live Now from Fox show smoke billowing from the crash site near the airport in Ahmedabad, a city with a population of more than 5 million. The Director General of the Directorate of Civil Aviation told the Associated Press that Air India flight AL-171, which is a Boeing 787-8, crashed into a residential area about 5 minutes after taking off at 1:38 p.m. local time. We are learning there were 232 passengers and 12 crew members aboard the flight, which had been bound for London's Gatwick Airport. Gatwick posting on X this Thursday that it could confirm the flight, which had been due to arrive at 6:25 p.m. in London, which did crash on departure. As we further survey this breaking news, India's civil aviation minister posting on X as well that rescue teams have been mobilized. You are seeing that in real time as well. We're also learning that all efforts are being made to ensure medical aid and relief support at the site. The 787 Dreamliner is a wide-body twin-engine plane. We're learning this is the first crash ever of a Boeing 787 aircraft, according to the Aviation Safety Network database. The aircraft was introduced back in 2009 with more than 1,000 delivered to dozens of airlines, according to the Flight Trader 24 website. We are continuing to monitor this live feed. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. Breaking news this Thursday. We are learning the Air India passenger plane with 244 aboard has crashed in India's northwestern Ahmedabad city. Again, you are getting a live look there as chaos is unfolding, understandably so. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You can see the feed going in and out as rescue operations are underway, people flocking to the area to figure out what is going on. I do want to pot up the audio just to set the mood and the scene as all of this is unfolding.
That's wild. That's wild. What you guys are seeing and witnessing right here. Remember, you got a lot of innocent people though, just probably standing around or they're in their car, and all of a sudden this thing comes down and explodes right in front of you. So you can have a lot of innocent people, a lot of standarbys that are going to be hurt by the flames and the jet fuel.
All right, so the audio going in and out, but you could hear rescue operations underway. You heard an ambulance, emergency vehicle in the distance. Just tragic news to learn this Thursday. Again, if you're just now tuning in, this Air India passenger plane with 244 aboard has crashed in India's northwestern city of Ahmedabad in India. We will continue to follow this breaking news alert right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we will share.
All right, we're going to go to another video here. Let's come over here because this one's more of what's going on the ground. It's not 242. It's actually 244. 244 individuals are presumed dead. It looks like from the scenes, and I'll show you right now how it looks.
दूसरा धर्मेश जी है, धर्मेश जी को फोन कर दीजिए एक बार। धर्मेश जी, धर्मेश।
It's a little choppy, the video. Give me one sec. See what's going on here. And there's gonna be a lot of dead people. It's just, you can feel it, you know it. There's just gonna be so many dead people on this. 244. That's crazy. Wow, this is incredible. Look at the damage all over the place. Do you believe that anybody in that plane survived? I'm thinking no. I'm thinking there was way too many people, and I don't think there's anybody alive.
धर्मेश भाई, धर्मेश भाई, मैं शूट करता हूँ। आइए अच्छे के बाहर से कर लेंगे। हाँ बोलो उधर। हाँ बोलो बोलो। हेलो। यार यहाँ बैठा बैठा हूँ फोन पर। धर्मेश भाई क्या है? नहीं खबर यार, हूँ तो लाइन निकली भागी हो लो।
It will be breaking off because remember the signal. This is from India, so let's see if I can move it a little bit forward. This is what it looks like on the ground where the plane crashed. Imagine you're at home, right, and you're making yourself something to eat, like lunch or something. This is the time it has happened. Like it's around mid-morning lunchtime, brunch time. And you're making your coffee or whatever, and all of a sudden you hear this big explosion, fire all over the place. You're wondering what the hell's going on because all you see outside is fire. This must have been a huge, scary thing. A lot of buildings look like it has been affected by this. Definitely people on the ground have been affected by this. I expect a little around maybe a total maybe 250 probably dead. Right now, there was 244 on that plane. Who knows who got injured or killed on the ground? But this seems like this is gonna be a very, very, very sad story. And I would like to hear the transcript on this one. I would like to hear the box reporter, the black box, and because they said that the pilot did request, they said Mayday. So when they say Mayday, they usually don't say it once. They say Mayday, 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 you know, and the Mayday, 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 and they'll alert the tower that they're having an emergency. And he couldn't hold the plane up. The plane was falling out. and it just didn't want to climb. Maybe could it be that the plane got hacked? I mean, anything is possible. Anything connected to the internet can be manipulated. That's why I say. Could this plane have been hacked, or could it have been maybe something faulty that broke off and not let the plane increase in altitude? Were the flaps something wrong with the flaps? Like, there's so many questions here, and we're not going to get the answers right away, but I'm sure there's going to be a very big, deep investigation into this to see what had happened. Man, this is so wild. That's why I've always been afraid of flying, especially within the cities, within city limits, because I've always been afraid of a plane hitting like buildings or having some kind of accident with the ground. And this is my biggest fear. Something like this happening while I'm in the plane. That's not a good feeling, because this is like instant death right here. And I hope the individuals that were in that plane, I could hear them screaming. They had no choice. They didn't even have a chance. No chance. This is deeply disturbing. They try to make sure that the jet fuel comes off the building and it doesn't ignite. So that's why they spray a lot of water. Because remember, this plane was it was a full, huge 787 with a direct flight from India to UK. And I can imagine the amount of jet fuel that was on that plane. Because remember, this was a non-stop flight. It's actually 9 hours round trip. Actually, no, one way is 9 hours. So you're looking at a non-stop flight from India to UK, 9 hours. And this is a Dreamliner, so that means they had people in first class with those reclinable beds. They had like really comfortable suites in this plane. I wonder who was on this plane. That's always the biggest question for me, is who is truly on this plane, and why did this plane did not climb an altitude? Now we're gonna come over to here real quick. Let's go ahead and put this on pause. And we're going to come over to this side here, and I'll show you how this plane fell from the sky.
आग लगी बस्ती में.
Wow, this is so sad, man. A lot of people are gone today, and this is gonna probably dominate the news cycle for a little bit, because there's a lot of protesting still going on with the Americans over here and the immigrants, the illegal immigrants. I can't even recap what happened last night without having to do this first. And that's similar to what the plane looks like. Let me back it up a little bit. So this is what it looks like. It's kind of similar. Okay, so this one didn't have this probably had I'm not sure, because it looks similar to it, but it's probably not exactly. But man, that sucks. That sucks, man. I truly wonder what the hell happened. Why did it not go up? How come the wheels? When you're climbing up and you're on takeoff, you're climbing up in altitude, and the first thing you do is you retract the wheels. And it seemed like this plane, the wheels wasn't retracted. Was there like an electrical short or something that caused this plane to short circuit and go downward? Why did the landing gears? You see here, the landing gears are down. It's down the landing gear. Why they're not up? And then crash. And that's just bad. It's just bad right now. I'm sorry. It's just I had to come on here and talk about this. Let's go back to the grounds here as they're spraying the building. We can move it forward.
Okay.
You can see they got a lot of ambulances and medical personnel here, anticipating that they're going to be able to save people and save individuals from the plane, but I don't think there's anybody alive in that plane crash. It might be people that are on the ground or people that are in those apartments. They might be sending them to get medical attention and so forth. There might be injuries, a lot of injuries on the ground, but as far as the plane's concerned, deep down in my heart, it tells me that all these people are dead, and it's a lot of people. We're talking about 217 adults, 11 children, and 2 infants. That's a lot, and that's not including the cabin crew. The cabin crew, they had about 12 cabin crew members on the plane, and this is what it's looking like on the ground. It does not look good for the people that were on that plane, man. This is a tragedy. UK is going to be in mourning. The Indians are definitely going to be in mourning, and this is sad because you have family members that are going to be waiting to pick up their family members from the airport, and now they're not going to be. That's the wing of the plane. No, this is it. I don't even know what that is stepping on. That's evidence. Why are you stepping on evidence? Wait, they have to reconstruct this plane. Why would they be stepping all over the evidence? And second of all, why are these people just standing around here with all that smoke? That smoke is very highly toxic. That is just not a good spot to be hanging around. Yeah, you're not going to find anybody alive on the plane. I wonder who was flying the plane, and I wonder about the crew. This is such a devastating event going on here. Not good at all. Let's see if I can move it up. I backed it up way back to catch more of the keys. What happened? So let's see the spraying. A lot of spraying because there's a lot of jet fuel. Remember, this fuel was fully full to the top. If it was a 9-hour flight to UK, that means they had about 10 hours of fuel. And wow, look at this. Is that the engine? Can they not be so aggressive and wait? They're not waiting for the proper authorities to investigate this and figure it out. Because all that I see here, there's tampering with evidence. There's tampering with that should be in their investigation. Just moving things around. Now roll it up here a little. In the ground. Right, Boeing 77 Dreamliner has crashed. First of its kind to crash. This is a big blow to Boeing. I I'm pretty sure this is going to hit them really hard in the stock. We need to have a thorough investigation to get to the bottom of this. The 787 is a very safe line. This has been one hell of a year so far with plane crashes, accidents, a lot of plane accidents. Saying, oh yeah, it's great to be transportation-wise and transportation records as far as like per capita of people, but lately I don't think it's been very good. I think it's just been very reckless. I feel like the maintenance is pretty shoddy of airplanes these days. I feel like the people that are maintaining these planes, as far as maintenance is concerned, I think they're doing a shitty job. And I don't think they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it's I really wonder how old was this plane. We know it's a Boeing, so it is an American plane. From what I heard, there's no Americans that were on this plane. That's a preliminary report. They're stating that no Americans were on this plane, but that's subject to change. You never know. So you get full details and names that were on this plane and really break it down. What a scene. You know, dealing with the riots, covering the riots for the past 6 days, and today would be 7. This right here is more tragic to me than any protest that's been going on for the past week. The protest is a manipulated system. They're manipulating the protest. They allow it to democratic individuals within the group. The group do more and cause chaos. It's very disturbing what's going on with the protest. They are going to set up for this weekend, Saturday. They're planning for a big event on Flag Day, birthday, and it's also the anniversary of the U.S. Army. 250 years of the U.S. Army, and all the celebrations on Saturday, and perfect timing for the Democrats to come and try to ruin people's, celebrations and people's parades. They just don't care. Democrats are known to not care. They don't care. And it's sad. It's very sad. This has been a really, really bad time. I'm sorry for the sounds and stuff, but this is moving forward. Hello. Eh? But they gotta keep spraying. You know why they keep spraying? It's because it's hot. It's jet fuel. And that's a very toxic fuel. These people are gonna get really sick if they don't cover their faces properly. That little paper mask, that's not gonna help with look at all that. It's playing all over the place. Wow, man. Wow, the plane is just gone. Like, the plane is destroyed. Nobody survived this. Not on the plane. I don't know. I don't think so. And whoever did survive, that's a very, very, very lucky individual. I think everybody is not alive. There's this fire into the apartment. fire inside. Surprised they're not spraying water in there. There you go. Put that water in there. You're gonna active fire inside there. Let's open up a little. Move it up a little bit more. Move it up a little bit more. Actually, this is a good part. Let's break it back. Let's maybe back a little bit because this is the tail of the plane. It's lodged into here, and we'll see part of the tail of the plane lodged into an apartment. Look at the back of the plane. That's just lodged.
हाँ पता है मेरे को बोल रहा था मेरे को चंदन ने तो गौतम पहुंचा हुआ है बोला उधर बोलो उससे कम्युनिकेट करो मैं उसी से तो कर रहा हूँ उधर
Looks like the tail of the plane, the back side of the plane. Yeah, that's a big plane. It's not a little plane. That's so bad. So bad. And for those that are just coming through and passing through, some breaking news, and Air India plane headed for UK crash upon takeoff. I'm assuming that's the preliminary reports are stating that the plane was en route to UK, taking off, and it reached about 125 before it downward. Altitude is lost. Who knows if it was an electrical problem or something that went on in that plane. Let me just put the sound down here so I can just talk and not have all those sounds. This plane it was taking off, and it either stalled, didn't have enough power, something happened, and yeah, we have a crash where 244 individuals were on this plane, which 217 were adults, 11 were children, and 2 infants, and 12 crew members were killed on this plane crash. This plane crash, like I said, it was going to UK, and from India to UK, it's a 9-hour flight. It was a non-stop flight from India to UK. And the plane was full of jet fuel, and this plane just didn't have the speed. Something happened, and it crashed. And I'll show you the crash and how it happened. Let's come back over here. For those who just coming through, this is the video of a plane crashing, Boeing 787 Dreamliner. man, this is so sad. And then you have like the selfish people here in the United States, and with the illegal immigrants, they're so selfish. The Democrats are very selfish, very always unhappy, always fighting, never pleased with anything. They gaslight the shit out of you. Oh man, and this plane was going to London. And it's a nice plane. You would think, those planes are really safe. They're supposed to be really safe. So, me, I'm thinking it must have been shoddy maintenance or something electrical possibly happened that caused the short, or didn't have enough power to continue to climb. When you see dark smoke like that, you know it's not good. It's just not good. Here's another view of the tank down. Wow, man. Not good at all. That's so tragic. Well, welcome to the show. It's sad, very sad. I came on here to talk about it. I just picked up more videos, and I was like, oh, let me see, see what happened. What really happened. What really happened is devastation. Innocent lives gone. Innocent lives gone in a flash. And this is from the ground there. This is Istanbul. And yeah, this is gonna be on the news cycle for the next 24 hours or even 48 hours. The protest was the main talking point of the whole week and every single day. But now with this is not good. Here's another tab here. Let's check out this breaking news.
Soon after takeoff, it appears that the engines lost power. Since it yawned to a side, perhaps the left engine lost power, but then there wasn't enough time for the other engine. Again, it's a matter of investigation and details will be available. Did both engines suddenly lose power? And the aircraft, it didn't have enough altitude to even climb, take a loop, and then come back and land.
No power.
Because there was hardly any altitude, it just crashed.
Yeah, it glided down. No power.
Damages and losses of life on ground and in the aircraft. The crash was moments after takeoff. The multiple images that you see on your television screen are of the damage to the aircraft, damage on ground, the fire that engulfed those buildings. The last image there, of course, is of that huge ball of fire that led to the crash. Faizan, if you're still with us, I'd like to understand from you, sir, how long, Mirza Faizan, how long before the black box is recovered and decoded and deciphered?
A little bit.
I'm a trained air crash investigator as well. So it is a very long and painstaking process. So first it has to be recovered. And this black box, the CVR and FDR, the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, jointly called as a black box. Then it is because since it has gone through immense heat, so it has to go through the process to preserve the data, and then the data is taken out bit by bit. Now, you just do not take the data and infer something. So the data is corroborated with different phases of the flight, height of the aircraft, and different other situations in an aircraft or around situations leading to the crash, and then a story is built. So flight data recorder just tells which what are the different parameters, flight parameters. They just give us data, but the story has been built by combining everything, combining the environmental situation, combining the other situation, a lot of other situation. So it's a painstakingly slow process. But in this case, FDR, I think by end of today, it will be, once the fire comes down, they will be able to recover it. And I'll say 3 to 6 months, depending on what kind of resources the government of India or the Boeing provides, it will take 3 to 6 months for us to get the whole proper story.
Would this, Air Marshal Kapoor, lead to those bigger questions? Okay, Faizan, Mirza Faizan, if I would come back to you, there were some issues that were raised, of course, with another aircraft, with the 737 Boeing, safety issues, out-of-court settlements, of course, a different aircraft, different category. But are there issues that have been raised in the past with the 787 too?
Oh, no. 787 is a perfect bird, and no major issues. When a new aircraft comes into service, there are some hiccups here and there, and like any other system, any other thing, but no major issues with 787. Yes, Boeing 737 MAX got into issues with its MCAS system. This crash could not come at a worse time for Boeing. Boeing is already struggling with the 737 issues. It's already struggling with the failure of Starliner, which led to Sunita Williams getting stuck up there in International Space Station.
True.
And now
the worst year for.
So it's a tough time for Boeing. But as far as aircraft itself is concerned, it's a beautiful aircraft. Very well designed, very well built. As I said, I have been a part of the design of the avionics system, multiple avionics system of this design. I know the process which have been followed. So, I do not see that. If the bird has come in a newly in a service, we can say that, oh, this is new in the service. You are showing tantrums, which we say. But no, it's an old plane. It's an old system. I don't think this system could, the aircraft could be, design issues could be there.
Okay, stay with me as I bring into this conversation Captain Saurabh Bhatnagar, former senior commander of Airbus A320, has flown with Indigo, Air India Express, but of course Airbus, the other category, Boeing and a Boeing 787-8, completely a different category. But, Captain Bhatnagar, your appreciation, sir, when you look at those images and all the information that's come in so far, what would your assessment be?
Hi, good evening, Gaurav. First of all, it's a very tragic accident which has happened today, and naturally one of the worst. What the video footage everybody's showing and what I'm getting from unconfirmed source from my pilot fraternity,
yes,
it appears to be prima facie a case of very likelihood of multiple bird hits leading to the loss of engine thrust, and thereafter aircraft going to ground. And that is one thing which we can see, because even if the attitude of the aircraft after takeoff while going down, it looked like a very controlled fashion the aircraft has gone down. And also, I believe that the pilot had, the transmitter made it. That's a distress call, which eventually we transmit in whenever the aircraft is under grave imminent danger, or something, when they went on, it's going to be out of control. So it is very unlikely that there is some technical fault, as been told. 787 Dreamliner is one of the wonderful fly-by-wire, latest aircraft, and having a technical fault, and that too for an international flight with VIPs on board, is very unlikely. Right?
That's a good point you make, sir. Stay with me. I'm quickly cutting across, taking the top stories and coming back to you for more. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines.
Co-powered by Sharda University.
And
the world comes together at Sharda University.
their language is
open now.
very unique. They have very unique language, and the Indian language, and their English is very strong. Good people, hell of fucking good people. I've met so many cool Indian people. it's like in Salem. There's where I go. There's the Tibetan store. Oh my goodness, there's this Indian couple and their children that work in the store. I always, when I go there, I always buy something. And that's why my desk is gonna get fuller, and I'm gonna have to have like maybe some bookshelves or something, or some kind of shelves that go pretty high here, and so I could put like all the goodies here. Like, and then eventually I'm gonna sell them. Everything's gonna probably be up for sale at one point, because I'm not gonna live forever, and I'd rather take the money now. Take the money now and run, right? No. But yeah, everything's pretty much like for sale, I guess. But the only one that's not for sale right now is gonna be the mask, my third eye mask. And some other stuff on here. There's only some things that are gonna be for sale. No, this mask, it stays with me. It's a very pricey mask. It's not cheap. I paid $1,200 for it, and it's a very powerful mask. And I got it from a voodoo priestess, and yeah, I gotta go back there eventually. When things starts calming down and these planes stop falling down, I would like to go back to New Orleans and revisit the voodoo priestess out there, and take the mask with me. Like, hey, we just came by to say hello. And I bring the mask, so they're gonna be so happy to see it. And it's one of a kind too, one of one. But that's always been in my, like, falling, like a plane crashing. That's like the worst case scenario of dying. You know, it's like, because you're not in control. Your life is dependent on one person and a bunch of computer, and that's what flies the plane. You know, it's very technical. Airplanes are very technical. Very how the hell did they make that type of feeling I always get? Don't you, like, when you get on a plane, right? You're like, how the fuck did they, like, how humanity were able to think this up and put it together, and put all this heavy ass plane together, and then it's able to fly like a feather. And it's so unique, you know. I always think that way. I always try to, like, I always try to think, like, man, humanity, like the thought process, the time that it takes, and to, like, create these planes and cars and trains and everything. It fascinates me. The television always, like, fascinates me. It's very it's weird. weird. Yeah. The laptop, the internet, that really creeps me out. Wi-Fi creeps me the fuck out. I always be hearing signals in my head. There's always sounds that's playing in my head. Ever since I had the concussion, because I had a TBI, and that's traumatic brain injury. I had a really bad TBI, and broke my neck and fucked up my spine. A lot of metal in my spine. A lot of metal. But my head, ever since that, it's been, like, more elusive. Like, I've been feeling more things, hearing like all these tones and, like, frequencies in my head. it's constantly plays in my head and drives me crazy sometimes because it's just all these different pitches of sounds. And then sometimes I get voices and I hear voices and I just relay what I hear, especially when I'm doing readings, when I'm doing psychic readings. Oh, whatever I hear in this head, I just relay it because it ain't for me. I know when it's for me, but yeah, it's just thinking about that plane, man. It makes you second guess if you want to travel this year. It just really makes you second guess. It's like, man, should I travel this year or should I just keep it local? Keep it within, my territory up here in the Northeast, because I'm up in the Northeast of the United States of America. It's supposed to be United States, but lately it's been divided. So we can't change the United to divided. So, the divided states of America. Because that's what I feel. I feel like there's no unity, there's no peace, there's no happiness. Everyone is just, I don't know. They have ants in their pants. They're just itching, like to start something, and they always want to be starting something. Like Michael Jackson said, they always want to be starting something. Yeah, always want to be starting something, and then it's. And another song, Michael Jackson, they don't really care about us, and it's true. Like at the end of the day, the government doesn't really care about you. It doesn't matter if you're American, if you're a citizen, or an illegal. The illegals, they're going after you now, really tough. And the military is going to get involved. And they're going to be part of a major removal event, where they're going to go after the undocumented and those that overstayed their visas, those with criminal records. You all fall into the category. If you look very Mexican, you expect to be talked to, and make sure you have your papers. If you are an American, Mexican American, make sure you have your passport on you. If you are an American, you were born here. But if your parents are here and they're undocumented and they came here illegally, kiss your mom and dad and tell them, I'll see you later, because they're going to have to leave. And if they self-deport now, they could get $1,000 and whatever free ticket wherever they want to go. If they want to go back to Mexico, they could they give them a ticket. They'll give them $1,000 each person, $1,000. I mean, that would be a good start for someone, like if it's mom and dad and they're going there. I'm pretty sure they have money already, but they're giving them $2,000 to go back to Mexico and get yourself a place there. And here's some startup money. The $2,000 is like startup money, and try to make it in Mexico. Since you want to wave your Mexico flag and proud of Mexico, well, live in Mexico. You know what I mean? Like if that, it just help me make it make sense. It's just it's a wild time. There's everything's going on. I told you this was gonna be a wild week, man. I told you guys. I told you, like, if you guys watch back in the shows, if you go back and watch, I talked about, like, this next 2 weeks is going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. The energy is so spiked high, like high. Like, we just had the strawberry moon. We're having a full moon. And it's like, the energy is so fucking high. I could hear it in my head. I could hear the signal in my head. And if I'm hearing the signal, that means others are hearing it. And if they don't hear it, then they're being programmed by it. I think my signal, like my receiver, is kind of fucked up from the injury. So all I hear is the sound, but I'm not getting the information. And I stay very neutral and then so forth. And I just speak from what I feel and what I feel about things. And like the protests and stuff, I just think, it's all premeditated. I think the DNC, the Democratic Party, has a lot to do, and they're playing a big role in this. And you can tell that they are, because they all show up and they form in formation. They come in formation. Here goes, all these Democrats lining up and trying to speak their mind and, bash Trump, and it's just pitiful. It's so sad that, like, I'm witnessing this, and the thing is that I have to report all this to whoever's in charge up above. Whoever's in charge up there, when I get there, I got a lot to tell you. So I hope you're ready, and have a joint ready for me, because it's gonna, and make it a big joint. Make it like, since up there it's a different energy, so make it a foot long. Make it a foot long. Make a big joint. Hell yeah, that's what's up. But things are really, the energy is really, really tough right now. We are getting a lot of solar flare energy on this planet. Everything's charged up. Like the sun, what happened just like last week, if you weren't watching my show, I talk about the sun, and the sun releasing the solar flare that came directly to Earth. And not only one, but a few solar flares came in succession. This planet was really freaking charged. And I felt it. I felt so sick. I was getting headaches. That's how bad I was feeling. Like, I had headaches for like, it was a few days in a row. I finally got over the headaches, but I could still feel the energy really high. So I feel I feel a lot of fear in people. I feel a lot of like uncertainty. Like, these people that are protesting, a lot of them are opportunistics. You're not safe in large groups. I kept saying this in every single show. Like, I think I said this, like, stay away from groups. Stay away from like, I even mentioned why, it's not safe. It's not good. And this, and look what's happening now. I warn people to stay away from these groups and this and that. And now everybody's getting into these protests and forming big groups, and it's like a setup. I feel like it's like a setup for something bad to happen. We almost had an incident the other day when a car just ran through the group of protesters, and I feel for that car. And I said before, even before that happened, I was like, man, if you get in front of me, I'm gonna put the pedal to the metal. I'm gonna, like, and my excuse would be, you weren't supposed to be there. I'm driving. I said that before it happened. And then later on in the evening, the car, it was like a burgundy car, and it goes around another car, and almost hit all these people, and they took off. And I was like, wow, I kind of like predicted that, like on the same day it happened. So I was like, man, that's pretty cool. That was fun. Hey, Moontan. How you doing? Good day. I come on early in the morning because I know I could get my Europeans on the show. I get my Europeans. I like to cater to those around the world, because I do my late night show here. Well, not late. Well, late night for you guys, but I usually started like last night. I started at 9 p.m. So that would have been like really early in the morning for you guys in the UK. You're like, fuck that shit, I'm sleeping. And I'm like, listen, I'm always happy when people rewatch the show and listen in, and it's It's good. I'm doing more of the news because the energy is drawing me to that. People need to focus, right? And I teach you what I do and what I listen to and who I listen to carefully. And the energy has been keeping me towards the media and seeing it for what it is and coming to my conclusions. Not what they want me to think, is what I think of the situation. And I said it from the very beginning. Who's funding this? I said it in the very beginning. And now everyone's questioning, yeah, who's funding this? Who's funding this? I was like, man, I'm too advanced. I I used to like see things before it happens. So it's unique. It's but the airplane, man, that just makes me sick. That makes me not want to travel, to be honest with you. I've been thinking about it because I wanted to go down to Florida. I may not go down in next month because I was planning on going next month. I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I don't. It's just because okay. I feel like there's a lot of like the DEI hires, in the maintenance department of the airlines. I wish Trump was watching me and listening to me. Maybe they'll tell him somehow. I can send the energy, but I think that there's kind of like a sabotage going on. The train of truth. I always say that's the train of truth. When I'm talking a certain topic and that comes on, that's the train of truth. But I think there's some kind of like sabotaging of these planes and so forth, and the maintenance has been a little shoddy. And I don't hear people, protesting or coming together and gathering at the airport to protest the maintenance of airlines. Nobody talks about the maintenance. The maintenance, I feel like there's a lot of DEI hires in the maintenance. I'm just saying it, but I see it. I see a lot of DEI. You know, did not earn it. They didn't earn it. They were put there because of their color and like if you're even an immigrant, and then you speak a certain language, and the diversity. It's not only black people, so they put a lot of dataras, especially on like throughout the airport. Not only just maintenance, but like service. You see service, the cleaners, they all look very not from here. And the tower too, the air tower, like the people that are controlling and telling, giving directions and giving altitude, and a lot of these people that are in there too are DEI hires, and that's a big problem. And especially when we have like antique equipment in these towers, like you man, you go into that tower and you look, you're like, what the fuck? This was what controls, and I'm getting on a plane? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is like the movie Airplane. Remember the movie Airplane? Good movie, too. I like that movie. I probably watch it today because it's just so funny. And I like laughing. Laughing is good for the soul. So I do own that movie too. I think I have it digital, but yeah, it's they need upgrading, and that costs us a lot of money. That costs a lot of money. Also, I just feel like someone's sabotaging Boeing. I feel like there's a group of people within Boeing that are
pretty much hands-on with planes. I believe they are sabotaging these planes, and new doesn't really mean better. New doesn't really mean better. And we should all have learned this by now, that when something new comes out, you just don't get it right away. When it comes to like cell phones, cars, even game systems, you have to make sure make sure there's no like errors or any problems. You know, you have to give it some time to get some feedback, and then based on the feedback, then you make the decision to make any purchase. I just don't. I never buy new right off the bat. Like, I tend to wait a bit and then take advantage if it goes on sale, or if anything, you know, if it gets good reviews and so forth, then I'll make the decision. You know, yeah, it's worth it. Let's get it. But it's gonna be an interesting summer. It really is. I also see like Trump coming up with for vehicles. I and this is a vision of mine. This is what I see. I see them coming back with like that it's like the cash for clunkers. The cash for clunkers. I think they're gonna bring that back. They're gonna bring back some incentives and so forth for people to buy more cars, especially American cars that are made here, to boost up the economy. I think that's going to be one of the playbooks that Trump's administration is going to use to get people to start purchasing more vehicles. They're going to bring back that program, Cash for Clunkers, where you just get your clunker, which is they call them clunkers. I call it hoopties. This is slang talk for an old vehicle. I call it, okay, I had a hoopty before, which is a regular hoopty, which is it's like an old bigger car, and then I had the baby hoopty. The baby hoopty is a small car, but an older car. Didn't drive no faster than like 65, 70 miles per hour was like the top speed of the vehicle. It was small. It was a Chevy Spectre. It was an 86 Chevy Spectre. I forgot the fucking name of them. Well, I called it baby hoopty because that's what it was. It was a baby hoopty, and the hoopty was my dad's like the Oldsmobile. He had all different types of cars, but he had one that was like a fucking boat. I felt like it was like a big ass like float like boat. It was like a big ass like Cadillac type, but the long one with the like the front is like extended, like a huge engine in the front, and that car had problems with I guess it was the radiator or something with the water. So I always had to take some radiator fluid with water to put it like halfway, like go over to where I was going. Usually I was going bowling, and I would park the damn hoopty, and then I'll check see how the water, like when I go, I usually go bowling bowl. Then I come out, open it, check it, and then see, damn, it needs the radiator fluid and water. So I put the radiator fluid in the water, and it usually takes me to the house. Okay. It's just at that time my dad was like, you got to take care of the car, whatever, and this and this and that. And I didn't really have time to take care of the car. I really didn't. And I never used that car like that because that's not even my car. That was my father's car. And he wanted me to fix it, and I'm like, I ain't fixing it. He knows how to fix cars. He knows people and stuff, but That car, for some reason, it was just, I don't know why he slacked off on that car. My father's just a very unique person. Very unique. He loves cars and he has a lot of cars. So, I don't know what he's going to do if he ever kicks the bucket. I don't know what I'm going to do with all those cars. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I can't. I like how the hell I'm gonna bring all of them up here, and like I'm gonna have to sell them. I'm gonna have to sell the vehicles because I don't. I'll probably keep one of them. I'll keep one of the cars, but I'm not keeping all those fucking cars. It's just way too much. It's just a headache waiting to happen for me. I don't want that headache. But if it happens, I'm going to have to sell some cars. It's like, what type of cars we're talking about here? I don't know if you guys could afford it, though. It's like, damn, what type of cars? Well, a 911 Porsche, a Chevy truck, I believe. I think a 68 or 69 or 67. I know it's one of those 3 years. It was the Ford Mustang. I think it was a 69 Ford Mustang. I'm not sure if he still has, if he, I don't even know if he has a Corvette, but I know he has the Cadillac CTS. Like, Rick, what the fuck? You're gonna have to open up a dealership. I know, girl. Like, I got like a place over here I'm gonna have to keep an eye on because it's the perfect little spot to put a little car dealership or a temporary car dealership. It's like, listen, I'm selling these like 6 cars now. Good pricing, good mileage. Make a deal with me because I need to get out of here and I'm not staying here past a month. I only paid rent for 1 month and I got to sell these cars. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. But if I get to that point, it's going to be hard, but then it's going to be really hard for me. I'm gonna be overwhelmed. That's the thing, and then I would have to deal with my father's side of the family that I don't even speak to. I haven't seen or spoken to those people in over 30 years, maybe 30. Yeah, about 30 years. Crazy, right? Like, they don't look after me, so I don't look after them. I don't be chasing people. I don't chase after people. It's like if I don't come to your mind and you don't reach out to me, then I'm not gonna reach out. Like, I just no. It's a mutual thing. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. I feel like if they really wanted to and they really wanted me in their lives, they would communicate with me. And at those years with my father, because my father divorced my mother and I was young. I was like 10 years old. I was 10. My sister was 8 when my dad decided to tap out and quit, right? Because I know the whole story. So that's for another show. That's some Jerry Springer shit. Trust me, it got Jerry Springer, and I witnessed it too. I was like, fucking, it was crazy. I could write a book about it. I could. It would be an interesting read, and I'm pretty sure you guys will buy it because you're like, yeah, let me see what's up. Let me get a piece of what Rick went through, and you're gonna read it, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? If I don't get a what the fuck, like I'll be disappointed. That's the comments I want to hear. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was really traumatic for sure. But yeah, I haven't spoken to my dad's side of the family in over 30 years. And I always felt awkward around them too. Like the energy, because I always used to feel energy when I was little. And is when they don't want you around, energy. I used to pick up on energy. I was really good when I was little and so forth, and I'm still good today. I'm actually really good. But I just wish things were a lot more different. I wish everything was opposite from what happened to me. If everything was to be opposite, well, the problem would be I wouldn't be doing this. I would have been I probably would have been someone probably famous. I think I would have if my parents would to focus on my future and really focus on like my upbringing, I would have been like an astronaut. Not a Katy Perry, not that bitch. Not Katy Perry, not her. I seen her in concert one time. I went to a Jingle Ball concert down in Florida, and she was the headliner. And that chick is so fucking weird. She is so weird. Even in person, she's weird. But I wanted to be an astronaut, and I remember the movie Space Camp. It's I think it's like a 1986 movie. I know that movie was delayed. I remember the Challenger when it exploded because I watched it, and my dad pulled me away from the television. That's like what I went through. I saw the Challenger explode, and it tore me up inside. It was just a weird feeling, because I wanted to be an astronaut, and it's kind of like your dreams like exploded, and it brings fear to you, and for me, it just stuck on me, and I just like it changed my course. Everything that happened in my life is like a fabric, and it changes course. So then I went through a different thing that got me to where I'm at today, where I got all the psychic stuff and the turtles and something that I've done in my, and it was not even my thing. It was my cousin, but they forced me to play the Ouija board when I was a kid. Yeah, I was young. I was no more than what? How old was I? 7, 8 years old. My older cousins had me. They forced me to play because they needed someone else to put their hands on the planchette. Like, I have my Ouija board here. I'm not afraid of it. I have one, but I was innocent at that age. I was 7, 8 years old. I was young. I didn't know what that was, and that, I think, that moment changed my course, and put me in the direction that I am now. It was a really wild event that happened to me. I talked about it so many times on my show. I wish I could go back and be like, oh yeah, it's this show. I have over 650 shows, so It's not an easy find. I'm telling you right now. The person who finds that show and they show me which show it is, I'll give you some money. Because it's not easy to find. It's a needle in a haystack, in a big haystack. Because it's a lot of hours, a lot of shows I've done. My goodness. So many faces, so many people have come through here and gone. And it's cool because it's like a revolving door, just keep the fresh ones coming in, and then they migrate and they go. And that's always good. I like that. I want them to migrate and do your thing, because there's other people that need space and my energy and attention. Hold on, Moontang. I know you're typing. I have to open my app on my phone so I can see better. Because I don't know why when I smoke medicine and I'm wearing my glasses, my vision changes because I know my pupils are dilating and I can't see like the screen that well. Even with glasses on, I can't see it because my eyes are not dilated. So I have to use my phone. Give me 1 second. Oh no, Mutang, you wanted to be a nun? Oh wow. And then a soldier, and then a witch. I did become a witch. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. I like that. Because like I wanted to be an astronaut. And I wanted to go to space camp and all that stuff. And if my parents would have done that, if my parents would have been like, all right, yeah, let's send them to space camp and stuff and sent me to it, I think I would have been an astronaut. I think I could have, with the proper education and the proper training, and I think I would have done well. But things happen and everything just didn't work out that way. I'm pretty sure there's a timeline where I do get to do that and I do become an astronaut. There has to be another timeline of that happening. My muscles relax too. Oh goodness. We got two nuns, Chloe and Moontang. Oh, my sisters. Y'all could be sister act. But that's cool, because I look the train of truth. When I was living in South Florida, I remember back in the 80s when and this is what really, and this is a story. Oh man, it's a crazy story because I gotta just say it because it came up to my mind. Okay, I remember I was about let me see, I must have been 6 years old. Yeah, about 6. Yeah, I think 6 years old. I remember this religious people coming over to the house. It was a lady and her daughter. And they were, how they come to your house, like the religious people and stuff. And they try to like speak the word of God to you and see if you're part of any church. And it's pretty much like an interrogation. It's like a church interrogation and initiation also at the same time. And I remember we had given them some money, right? Because they were supposed to bring over some reading materials and a Bible and so forth. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if she got lost, if the nun got lost or what, or something happened to her, but she never came and never brought any of the books or anything. So ever since that time, I always felt like nuns were a bunch of scam artists. Like, yeah, I always felt like there was a scam. There was a scam artist, and they took the money and never brought back the materials. I want to think that something medically happened and she died, and maybe they got ran over by cars or something, and they weren't able to bring it. But not bringing the reading materials and a Bible, I think you're gonna go to hell for that. That's fucked up. I never got it. I never got those reading materials. So that kind of like threw me off on religion. It fucked me from the beginning. Like I was like, huh. That's when I started like not trusting religion. And then I remembered also when John Paul II came to South Florida. He came to Miami to visit and to do to do a sermon and do a service. And that day, it kept raining. It was like raining and sun, but majority like rain. And he still went out there and spoke to the people, and it was pretty powerful. John Paul II was pretty strong. His energy was really strong. But ever since after him, it's just been like a downward spiral. And even with the new pope, like my energy for him, he's like, to me, I don't know. Like I don't feel like, I don't feel it. I don't feel that inspired or like hope. Like I feel like it's a filler. I think the time has come that humanity is just going out of order a little bit. They're going a little crazy, and all this negative energy is all it's doing is causing more negative things to happen. I pretty much I'm expecting a big event, like a big earthquake. Definitely, I see, like I said, with Israel and Iran, and with the United States, I think they're gonna blitz Iran and try to destroy a lot of their facilities. I can see that in play. It's just the protest stuff is being enhanced by the Democrats, and how the Democrats, I don't understand why they can't like call for peace. How come they can't say, listen, look, it wants to be peaceful, right? So why can't we just like, listen, don't like, yeah, you could protest, you could speak, you could do this and that, keep it calm level. Don't go get out of hand, and after you're done, go home. Don't linger in the streets. Don't be a menace. Just go home. They'll respect us more if we just go home. But they're not doing that. They're out on the streets. They're causing a ruckus. They're destroying property. They're destroying businesses. They're looting businesses. It's like an opportunistic, like it's like an opportunity for people to go and cause mayhem. And I don't think the baby Jesus likes what's going on. He doesn't. I know he doesn't. He knows we're getting closer to the end, and it seems like they want a free for all mayhem, chaos, and I choose not to. Not participating in no protests or any of that shit. Hell no. I stay away from any large crowds on this Friday, Saturday, or every day, because it's going to pretty much be like this for a good amount of time. And that's why Trump is being proactive and bringing in who he's bringing in with the National Guard and with the Marines. And, I wouldn't be surprised if they activate the army, and take these, go door to door with soldiers and be like, okay, we're here to check your paperwork. How many people live here? They need to do like a census. That's what it is. They need to redo the census and go door to door with a soldier, because you don't know who you're dealing with when you go into these houses and so forth. Like, they could self-report and go to an office. Like I had said this on another show, like within this season. I did say in my mind and how they could solve this problem. They would have to, like, if you're an American, or if you have a social security number or so forth, they'll have you guys check in, and you have to come in with your documents and so forth, and to detail to make sure that's you. Your social security, your birth certificate, and a couple of bills and so forth, and your passport, and just to clarify that this is you. You get like a special star. They'll put a special star on your license, so that way they know that you are a citizen. You're clear for everything and anything. It's a universal ID that you're cleared for government buildings and for airlines and so forth. All you do, you present it, they see it, and they don't question, because they know that you're a citizen. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm getting thirsty. Yes, I wanted to slap the baby Jesus. Yes, I still said it. I said it yesterday. I think was it yesterday? And I said, or even today, I think I said it. If I meet the high power, if it's the baby Jesus, if it's him, then I'm gonna slap him and tell him, wake up. What the hell are you doing? And then let's smoke a joint. And I want it to be a nice fat joint that we could smoke together, and tell him everything that's going on, and give him my confirmation from what I've seen. I want to confess to because how the church have confessions. So I'm going to confess to the baby Jesus and tell him, look, this is everything that I experience in my mind, and look, and he's going to be disappointed. He's going to be like, what the fuck, man? I didn't fucking get like sacrificed and fucking put like onto a fucking cross and paraded around a town and left in the fucking cross for all these days to die and to come back, and you guys are acting like a fucking menace. Like, they did it to Jesus. They killed his ass. They punished him. They threw rocks at him. People were horrible with him, and then like they turned around and now they worship him. It's like, it's such a weird, like I don't know. It's just a weird event. And it seems like the people now, and I try to compare it, it's like all these people throwing sticks and stones and bottles, and it's disgusting. It's just very disgusting. I'm very disappointed in humanity. This is not just American thing. This is just not about the United States and all this and that. It's humanity. I'm disappointed in humanity, especially those that are out there protesting and yeah, you have your First Amendment and all these amendments. Can you tell me more about the Constitution? Do you know anything more about it? It's like crickets. And if you're waving your Mexican flag and you're proud to be Mexican and you'll die for Mexico, why you just live in Mexico? I'm just saying, it's not like it's far. Shit, you could just drive to it from LA. That's a short ass drive. That's a short drive. That's not a long drive. They could drive right into Mexico and wave their flag and be proud. Be proud. Be proud in your country. You know, go to Mexico. Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez. That song. Oh Lord. But no, they need to go back. You know, if they're so proud and they're waving their flags and yes, my Palestinian flag, I'm gonna wave it. Well, let us send you back to over there to Palestinians. You could go over there and see how you're gonna like it. You're not gonna like it, right? It's not the U.S. So if I was you, I would put that flag down and just go home and enjoy living in America. Okay. I'm just saying, don't out yourself because all they're outing themselves, and ICE is recording everything. They're getting all their faces. All their faces are going to a data bank, and they know if they're illegal, and then they'll match up with their address, their phone number. They'll know everything, and they'll go after you, and they'll get you, and they'll deport you. This is what AI is going to do. AI is going to be a fucking rat. AI is the rat, and AI you can't kill the rat because AI is the rat. What are you gonna do? Kill the internet? It's like I don't know, man. It's wild. My stepdad used to call me Speedy Gonzalez. You know, Speedy Gonzalez is. I used to watch that cartoons. Like I remember, it's so freaking cool. I used to watch it Saturday mornings. Yeah, what are the odds? Let's see. I always take yeah, because it's like, you know, I don't know. Listen, today it's a day that like it's a very unique day. And why I say that is because I feel the energy. I feel like the Marines are prepping. They're getting ready because they know something's gonna go down on the 14th. That's why Trump preemptively sent and bypassed Gavin Newsom because he's not there for the type of riots that's going on right now. You know, that's not it. They got intel. They know that something has been planned for the 14th because that's the day they're celebrating the 250th anniversary of the army, and also it's Trump's birthday and it's Flag Day. It's a very American day, okay? And they know that there's terroristic people here in this country. There's sleeper cells in this country. And this is a very good opportunity to cause an event within an event. All these people that are marching and doing all this stuff, they're not safe. They're in very bad position. And oh, Wu Tang, since you're here now, listen. Do you remember the other day that we saw that guy that was standing by the tree? That he was suspicious as fuck. And we were looking at that bottle. We thought it was like a milk carton, but I was like, I don't know. It looked weird, the container. Guess what that shit was? It was a Molotov cocktail he had. And the kid, he lit it up and he threw it at the police. It was a Molotov. We were saying that motherfucker is sketchy as fuck. Like, I was like, I don't know, that that dude's like mad sketchy. Yeah, he had him. We were right. He lit up a Molotov cocktail and he threw it at the police, and it luckily it didn't like pop or explode or anything like that. And you know, they got him and they arrested him. Yeah, that's the rest. Yeah, that is terrorism. That's domestic terrorism. Yes, it is. And he's out. And guess what? That the one that did it, the one that was dressed all in black, well, he's an illegal. He's not from here. He's an illegal. I think I have the video here. Let me see if I can bring it up. I gotta go to work here. I gotta work my fingers. It will be under my history because let me see if I can find it. because that was yesterday. So I'll find it. It's in my history. Gotta check my history. It's a lot of. Here it is. Let me open it. Give me a second before you start talking there. Let me set this up here. All right. So here. Sketchy as fuck.
Attorney Bill Asaili is announcing federal criminal charges related to the attacks on law enforcement. Let's listen.
The escalation of violence by these rioters poses a serious threat to our agents and the safety of the public. Throwing rocks, explosives, assaulting agents, and committing other acts of violence are extremely dangerous and will not be tolerated. The president had no choice but to call in the National Guard to protect our.
Yeah, hold on. I have to laugh. The man with the stilts. The man with the stilts. I cannot believe that. We were watching it live here. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he came from behind of the police. And they got him and they dropped his ass. I was like, oh my goodness, what the fuck's going on? That was crazy. That was funny. The one with the 50,000, I think I have the video too. Hold on, let me find that one too. I don't think they have found him yet. I don't think so. So the last time I checked, they did put the 50,000 bounty on him, but I don't think they went to his place, his home and stuff, and he bounced. So that's what grows a lot of suspicion, you know? It's like, how could you bounce so fast? Like, was all this like premeditated? I think this is the same one over there. Let me just open it just in case. But I'm trying to find the other dude, the one for the $50,000 one. Man, I watch a lot of YouTube. I need to go on a YouTube diet. It's like I watch a lot of YouTube. I don't put no cable. I don't have no cable. I have the internet, so I don't need cable, and I don't watch so much TV. I watch like from my phone. The TV, I only put it for the show now, and if I'm watching a movie or something, I'll put it on there if I want to. But lately, I've just been using it for the show. So big ass television. I want to get a bigger one, but I'm gonna wait to Black Friday because those are when you get the good deals on televisions. Yeah, damn, I can't find it now. I'm pretty sure we'll get an update on it. I'm still looking for the video. Man, I watched a lot of videos yesterday. I just tend to watch a lot, and that's all. Okay, I already saw that one. It's a lot, man. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it right away. It's just gives us a lot. Let's see. Yeah, I can't find it, but I do have. Let me see. No, that's the cocktail. Okay, I think it's probably the same one as this one. Let me see. This 8 minutes long. How much is this one? 9.5 minutes long. Let me see. It's the same thing. Is it the same thing? Yeah. So let me play it from Fox News. I think Fox, this is a local, Fox local, but let me play off of Fox News better. Here we go.
Indeed, they are. Well, this is a Fox News alert. Charges being filed now against some Los Angeles ICE protesters in connection with the Molotov cocktail attacks. Let's listen in for a moment.
Cocktails at police officers. Last Saturday, one defendant, Emiliano Galvez, hid behind a fence and threw the destructive device at a sheriff's deputy, then ran away. Deputies gave chase and arrested him. That's the video you actually see playing right there. The following day, a police officer apprehended the other defendant, Raki Quigui, after spotting him with a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Officers witnessed him throw the device in the air and then arrested him with a lighter in his right hand. I commend our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners for swiftly taking action against these individuals. Our community must be kept safe for peaceful protests and against thugs and criminals looking to
I don't have
expect
cable.
more charges to be filed in the coming days and weeks.
I have
If
a
you took
television,
part in these
but I use it
riots
now for my
and we're
show.
looking to cause trouble, we will come looking for you.
Yeah, it's part of the show
These
now.
defendants are charged with possession of
I
an
can see the
unregistered
screen better.
explosive device in violation of 26 United States
big.
Code Section 5861D. Possessing a Molotov cocktail or another destructive device is punishable by up to 10 years in federal prison. They are
think that's
presumed
too low.
innocent until
10 years
proven
is too
guilty.
low. For
Oh,
I now
Molotov
introduce
cocktail, I
the
think
Los
that should be
Angeles
minimum
Special
15
Agent
to
in
20.
charge of the ATF office here, Mr. Kenneth Cooper.
10 years is too little. I think 15 to 20.
Good morning,
I think
everybody. I want to stand here and represent ATF and the public and announcing to the public that ATF's firmly committed to our whole of government approach to providing public safety, especially with what's going on here in Los Angeles. I want to make it very clear that we are not putting our state and local partners with LA County Sheriff's Office, our Sheriff's Department, or LAPD. We are not pulling them into Title VIII investigations. We understand their restrictions with state law. So this is us coming together when violent acts are committed against the citizens of Los Angeles. And in cases like this, the facts of the case are fairly simple. If you guys see the defendant here, Mr. Galvez, this was during the Paramount riots where Border Patrol was utilizing gas because they were having rocks and fireworks thrown at them and they were being assaulted. LA County Sheriff's Department responded to assist. This individual was identified even by open source media, preparing to assault them with a destructive device. And as you could see, by the grace of God, when he deployed that in a fireball, it luckily did not hit one of the deputies, as it clearly would have caused substantial physical injury or death. ATS firmly committed. These are the most aggressive criminal acts, and we will aggressively work with our state and local and federal partners to investigate the use of destructive device, arson, or explosives, or firearms to solve.
If he's an illegal,
public
he is an illegal
citizens and our public
That can be
safety first responders.
terrorist act.
I guess I didn't even highlight our partnership too. The second case with LAPD, both incidents, ATF was able to work with each of these police departments to get an arrest on individuals that were attempting to harm the police officers with destructive devices.
Wow.
The Los Angeles Police Department appreciates the partnerships with both our federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, especially during this time of unprecedented civil unrest. We're going to continue to work with them to ensure that our community remains safe during this challenging time, especially when it involves cases where violence is being conducted against both of our our local law enforcement uniform officers, as well as our federal officers during this time. We'll continue to work together to make sure our community remains safe and target those individuals that are doing harm to both our community members as well as our law enforcement officers as they try to keep peace in our communities right now. Thank you very much, and I'll introduce Commander Ruiz from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Good morning, everyone. This is going to be brief. I just want to say thank you to our federal partners for working together with us and moving forward with these prosecutions. On behalf of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and all of the local law enforcement agencies in LA County, thank you.
If there's any questions, we could take a couple right now. Yes.
How many people have been federally charged so far tied to the protest, and what's the importance of charging federally versus?
We'll get you those hard numbers later. I know there's at least 9 people charged over the weekend. We've had more people charged this week for throwing rocks at officers. These 2 cases for throwing Molotov cocktails. We've had I think a couple others, but we can get you that full list. We might even do a bigger briefing tomorrow with all the federal agencies to go over that in more detail. Today, we want to highlight these specific cases because we find this particular act of violence to be extremely dangerous. As you saw in Colorado, these Molotov cocktails have the ability to seriously harm or kill a person or, and a police officer that they were thrown at. So we want to highlight these 2 cases today, and we'll get you more numbers. The importance of charging people federally is for people to know that there's serious consequences for the behavior, for their conduct. You have the right to peacefully protest. No one's going to stop you. But as soon as you cross that line into violence, you're throwing stuff, you're throwing rocks, you're throwing bombs. That's unacceptable. It will not be tolerated. And we're going to come down with a really heavy hand. And this isn't state court. This is federal court. So you're going to go to federal prison and you're going to go for many years. So the consequences in federal system are much greater usually than they are in the state system. That's the importance of it. Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the process of catching these 2 individuals specifically? You put out a call to the media and the public to give tips. Was that something that helped in leading to their arrest, or was it intelligence from your police agencies?
Do you want to do that? There's 2 separate cases, so let's take one at a time. We'll start with the LAPD case. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, specific to the Los Angeles Police Department case, we have a situation where our police officers are trying to keep the peace during a very difficult time on Sunday afternoon when the city was facing this unprecedented violence in many areas of the downtown area. In this particular case, we had a police officer who identified this person holding what he believed to be a Molotov cocktail, and fortunately was able to identify, and several officers were able to apprehend him safely without causing any harm to anyone, especially our police officers. And I just want to point out not only the keen observation skills of our police officers right now during a difficult time, but the courage they've had in trying to take these people into custody. Remember, all of our officers are working long hours right now, and they're tired, but they're still doing the best job possible to keep this community safe and protect our critical infrastructure.
We want to cover the sheriff's case.
So you've been watching as 2 individuals have been charged after throwing Molotov cocktails at police. One of those individuals is here legally from Mexico. In fact, has quite a history. The Anaheim Police Department arrested him for grand theft, and the Long Beach Police Department for a DUI. Shows up at the protest. He's been deported once and then throws a Molotov cocktail at police officers. Just noteworthy, Bill Melugin sent out that per multiple law enforcement, this is a separate incident. Sources to Fox News, LAPD has arrested 3 protesters who had guns at the protest yesterday. So they're on it. Law enforcement going after individuals, one of whom we know was deported here illegally and then targeted our police officers. We'll keep you updated.
Hey, everyone.
Wow. Let me come back to me because that's a wow. They arrested 3 individuals who had guns. They took guns to a protest. And then, this kid, the one we saw that was suspicious as fuck, he was so suspicious. Well, he was deported once, and he came back. and he threw a Molotov cocktail at police. It makes you wonder, like, there's a lot of those people here. A lot. That's the small army that they have, and that's their weapons that they're going to use is Molotov cocktails, guns. You know, they could go in there and cause a chaos if they were to open fire, like with police there. You know what I mean? That's the worst case scenario where you have innocent people all around, right? But they're just protesting peacefully, right? They're not even supposed to be on the streets, but they're protesting peacefully. And someone comes out of nowhere and starts shooting at the police. You know the police have to return fire. You know there's going to be innocent people that are going to be hit. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't trust people these days here in the United States. It's just too many illegals here. You don't know who they are, what they're about, what they're capable of. It's very dangerous times, like not good. But I'm gonna wrap it up pretty soon. I'm gonna give it a couple of more minutes, and I'll wrap it up because I'm tired. I didn't sleep too good last night, and I'm gonna lay down for a little bit. Maybe grab myself something to eat. Call it a day. Just I'll stay in taps with the news of the day and stuff, and then I'll do a show this evening and talk about more of what happened. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more answers to the plane crash. It's still early in the investigation. They still need to find the black boxes, because they usually have one in the front and one in the back of the plane. I think the one in the back of the plane is safe because it's like lodged into a building. So I'm sure they can find the black box on that one. And the other one is probably going to be damaged, but they're able to get information. Those boxes could really hold up against any accidents and crashes. So, but I would like to hear what was said and what was the problems that were happening during that event. That's scary. To have a plane crash like that, it's always been a fear of mine for an accident like that to happen. Like that's like the worst case scenario for me. A plane crash, I think that's like one of the worst case scenario. I wouldn't want to go out like that, but when it comes to these airlines, you don't have a choice. You know, you put your life on other people's hands, and the people who built the plane and the engineers, the hundreds and possibly maybe thousands of hours, and different people too, worked on this plane. And did they make this plane properly? How do we know if there wasn't like some kind of sabotage or some kind of something that happened in that plane? You know, I always, when things like this happen, my first thoughts goes to is the maintenance. That's the first thing that goes to. It doesn't look like a nosedive, because there was earlier reports initially when I started listening to this. They were saying that the plane did like a nosedive, and I was like, wait a minute, hold on, let me make myself big. They said the plane went like nosedive, so like nosedive like this straight down. That's nosedive. And I heard that, I was like, that didn't sound right. I knew it didn't sound right, but they were like, yeah, it was a nose. Like they didn't. It was too early to in the information, so that's what they were reporting. But then I was like, no. I started going to India and going through their sites, and then I saw the video that someone there's always a cameraman that gets the perfect like capture of these things. I don't know how they do it. Like like in the right like mine, who decides? Well, let me get a camera and let me film this. So that drives suspicion to me. Is it something that was premeditated, that they knew that there was a maintenance problem that was going to occur with that plane and it was going to crash there because it wasn't going to work, and they're recording it from the building? It could be. It's a weird. It's just so weird. There's something has to do with the maintenance, and it could be something like sabotage, somewhat sabotage, allegedly. But I'm just seeing something not right, and I don't know if I trust the maintenance guys that put these planes together. And they take them down for services, and they do maintenance, and they do all this service on the planes. Are they double checking, triple checking the individual, and then checking one more last time? Because anyone could clip a wire, clip or something, and it's just walk away. And it's already been checked a few times, and they can sabotage. That jet didn't have no thrust. It had no strength. I feel bad for the plane because it was like the pilot must have been fucking so mad because and to crash, you just put yourself in that position. I always say, astral project, right? Astral project yourself into that plane before it crashed, and you're inside the where the pilots are, and you're seeing, and they're very nervous, and they're calling maydays. No power. They don't have thrust. They're gliding downwards, and they're not getting altitude. They're losing, and they're coming straight. They're coming down. They're gliding down, and the plane is going fast. It's going pretty fast. It's a glider. And it's gliding down, and it crashes, and they got a full tank fuel that lasts about a good 10-11 hours. They were going to UK from India, and that's 9-hour flight. That's a good amount of time. 9 hours on a plane. I don't know if I could do that. My legs already hurt just thinking about it. And my back too, and my neck. Forget that. If I'm doing that, I better have a bed. I gotta lay down, and I gotta take a nap for 9 hours. I don't know. I can't do that. But it's a sad day, for those that are UK. There's families in UK that are waiting for their loved ones to come back from India, and 244 people gone. We got 217 adults, 11 children, and 2 infants. The infants are babies. There were 2 babies on that flight, and they're dead. They're dead. And you don't think that after, when it happens, right? You don't think the fallout. People don't really think how big of a headache this is, because you gotta understand, all these people, they have homes, they have families, they have their homes with personal stuff. They got things, in their homes, and now the person's dead. Who's gonna claim all those stuff? And 9 out of 10, they usually just dump everything if the person don't have a will or nothing, and no one claims it out of a certain amount of time. They go and they dump everything out. The valuable stuff, usually the movers usually keep those. They'll nitpick through it and take the valuables, and dump everything, and you're just someone that we used to know, and they'll paint the place and they'll rent it out again, and they'll move it to someone else, next, because that's how it is. It's a cycle. It's life. It's only a one-time shot here, and once you're gone, you don't take your stuff with you. Nothing goes with you. Everything stays here. So other people will go through your stuff and take your shit, and there's nothing you can do about it, And the only thing you can really do is have a will and and say who's getting what. I haven't done a will yet. I have to do mine. I have to get it done. It's just majority of the stuff I'll probably leave to my niece, and everything else we gotta sell it, and then see if somebody buys the stuff, and well, that's it. That's all I can say. It's like when you're dead, you're not gonna worry about anything of yours that's being sold. You have no say because everything's it's materialistic stuff always stays here. Money, all that, you don't take nothing. You came here with nothing and you're going out with nothing. You can't take it with you. You turn back into static electricity. I feel like when you die, you turn into the vibrations. You turn into electricity. Like you're here, but you're here in energy wise. I want to finish my joint before I finish the show. I still have some here to go. So let's go back and look at the plane. This is the reason why I broke in this morning early to do this report with this airplane crashing. Very, very, very bad. It seems like plane hit Medical College Hostel, which is it's kind of like I don't know if those are dorms, like a medical college dorms. But let's see what's going on here.
Anything just now.
Very, very tragic, very early to make any assessment on what led to the crash. Meanwhile, more details coming in. The Prime Minister of UK, Keir Starmer, has also reacted, saying the scenes emerging of a London-bound plane carrying many British nationals crashing in the Indian city of Ahmedabad are devastating. I'm being kept updated as the situation develops. My thoughts are with the passengers and their families at this deeply distressing time. More and more world leaders are now reacting to what seemed to have transpired in Ahmedabad. What we do know are that there are many casualties. About 50 is what our reporters are telling on ground. We'll try and confirm that number for you. But Dr. Kaul, as well as Group Captain V.N. Jha, continue to be with me. Group Captain V.N. Jha, I think we all agree at this point there is no point of conjecture. Try and determine what happened there. But an extremely heartbreaking tragedy involving an Air India flight. As questions, of course, also raised on Air India's maintenance capabilities, as has been raised earlier with Pratt & Whitney engines as far as other airlines is concerned. One airline, of course, had to shut shop because Pratt & Whitney would not tend to the engines, but we don't know right now whether it was a maintenance issue or whether it was a plane issue.
There is no point in speculating. I have carried out 7 fatal aircraft accidents, but those were the aircrafts of Indian Air Force. Civil airline has got slight bit of different perspective, but the entire gamut of events remain something similar. Also, we know that in most of the accidents, fatal accidents, they are the mosaic of events that usually happens. It is usually not a single cause that so thing was there and that accident has happened. Here, there are many things. In the normal run to the takeoff, you must have also flown many of the sorties. You know that when we are at the takeoff point, the aircraft is under the brake. We increase the RPM. It goes to certain extent, and then we decide that yes, thrust is enough. All the engine parameters are normal, and then we release the brake and takeoff roll starts. Thereafter, somewhere just short of the halfway or maybe around halfway of the runway, there is a V1 speed that we gain. Once that speed is gained, usually the first pilot, he gives the call V1 achieved, and we unstick the aircraft, we take off. If the aircraft has taken off at that speed, it's the continuous process of gaining the speed. When we put it at the slight nose up, and it continues gaining the speed. But here in this case, something has happened. If there was not enough of the speed, then he couldn't have sustained that much of time in flight. Usually, aircraft lifts off and again falls down if the speed is not enough. So those things are there. I'm hinting at another factor in Indian Air Force. Usually, we don't fly after the surface temperature goes beyond 40 degrees.
All right. Some more breaking news coming in. It does appear that the flight pilots issued a mayday call just after taking off. However, lost touch with the ATC, the DGCA, Air India, and all the responsible authorities right now trying to assess the situation. The mayday call was received minutes after the flight departure from Ahmedabad. After it took off, ATC lost control. There was no response to callbacks. As we can see, it was diving down at the moment. Aircraft suffered critical failure. That's what the ATC says at the moment. We can see the ruins, of course, are visible on our screens. DGCA Air India launching a joint probe in the matter. Captain Sumit Sabrawal was the commanding flight captain at the moment when the flight went down. It was minutes, in fact, after taking off from Ahmedabad airport. I also have to tell our viewers a little bit about the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, and I think that's also important, Dr. Kaul. When launched, this was a wide-body airliner that targeted to consume about 20% less fuel than its predecessor, which was the Boeing 767. It aimed to transport about 200 to 300 passengers point-to-point routes and up to 8,500 nautical miles. There were three variants at the moment. Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, which is the shorter variant, the one that has gone down in Ahmedabad today. Then there are two more variants, the 787-9 Dreamliner, which is a longer variant, and 787 Dreamliner longest. Hardik Patel, who's an MLA from Gujarat, joining us on the phone line. Hardik Patel, very difficult day for Gujaratis and for people living in Ahmedabad. More than 200 people seem to have been a part of that casualty, that plane crash that took place at afternoon today.
Hello.
Mr. Patel, can you hear me?
जी, आज बहुत ही दुखद घटना सिर्फ गुजरात के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरे देश के लिए है और खास करके दोपहर 1:30 बजे की ये घटना हुई है कि अहमदाबाद का में जो प्लेन लंदन जा रहा था, वो अहमदाबाद के एक मेघानी नगर करके एक इलाका है जो ज्यादातर वहाँ लोग रहते हैं, वहीं पर ये विमान क्रैश हुआ है। और ज्यादातर ये बात भी चल रही है कि वो हमारे गुजरात के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री विजय भाई रूपानी भी इस प्लेन में सवार थे। अभी तक जहां तक जो खबर यहाँ मीडिया के माध्यम से और प्रशासन के माध्यम से मिल रही है, जिसमें भारतीय 170 से ज्यादा थे और ब्रिटेन और पुर्तगाल के भी लोग थे। अब देखते हैं कि पूरी राहत बचाव की कामगिरी अभी यहाँ चल रही है और ज्यादातर एनडीआरएफ की टीम और खास पर स्थानिक प्रशासन वगैरह फायर ब्रिगेड समेत पूरी टीम यहाँ बचाव कामगिरी में लगी हुई है।
जानना चाहूंगी क्या विजय रूपानी की फैमिली से आपकी बात हुई है? क्या आप कंफर्म कर पाएंगे कि क्या वो इस प्लेन में थे कि नहीं और क्या वो इस वक्त जिंदा है?
देखिए, सबसे पहले बात कि विजय भाई इसी प्लेन में सवार थे, लेकिन अभी तक फाइनल न्यूज नहीं है, लेकिन सभी को सारवार के लिए अस्पताल ले जा रहे हैं। लेकिन अब एक आध घंटे में ज्यादातर माहिती या पुख्ता सबूत के साथ बात बाहर आएगी, लेकिन अभी कहना मुश्किल है। लेकिन बहुत सारे लोग थे, जिसमें 170 तो इंडियन थे, तो अभी तो लोगों की जांच करेंगे, कौन सा मृतदेह किसका है उसका, उस पर भी जांच होगी, उसके बाद सारी हकीकत बाहर आएगी। लेकिन अभी तो हम यही कह सकते हैं कि सब लोगों को तुरंत अस्पताल लेके जा रहे हैं, और खास पर सभी को स्वस्थ करने में पूरा प्रशासन लगा हुआ है।
पटेल जी, आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी कि आप गुजरात से हैं, क्या कुछ सुनने में आ रहा है आपको? होम मिनिस्टर पहुंचने वाले हैं, सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर वहां पहुंच रहे हैं, आप क्या बता पा सकते हैं हमें? कितने लोग मरे हैं? 50 लोग माने जा रहे हैं कि लगभग 50 लोगों की मृत्यु हो चुकी है, क्या ये नंबर आप कंफर्म कर पा रहे हैं?
देखिए, जहां तक मैं समझता हूँ कि इतना बड़ा जब हादसा होता है तो आप और हम समझते हैं कि बड़ी ट्रेजरी हुई है, और अभी तक मीडिया के माध्यम से और स्थानिक प्रशासन के माध्यम से 50 से अधिक लोगों की मृत्यु के समाचार भी है। माननीय अमित भाई जो हमारे गृह मंत्री है, वो और 2-4 केंद्रीय मंत्री भी गुजरात आने के लिए रवाना हुए हैं। लेकिन ज्यादातर जो न्यूज है, जो पुख्ता न्यूज है, वो हमको 1-1.5 घंटे के बाद ज्यादा मिलेगी। अभी तो हम यहाँ सबकी अच्छी के लिए प्रार्थना कर सकते हैं, और जल्द से जल्द राहत जो कामगिरी चल रही है उसमें सहयोग करने के लिए मैं आपके माध्यम से गुजरात के सभी लोगों को आह्वान करता हूँ।
Hardik Patel, thank you very much, sir, for taking time out for joining us from Gujarat right now. Of course, all Gujaratis have come together to pour their condolences for the families of those who have suffered injuries or possibly death. About 53 British passengers on board. Many Portugal passengers were also on board. 245 people on board. That unfortunate aircraft that went down earlier today. Ex-Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was also on board, and Hardik Patel there confirming that he was on board. More details on his whereabouts and his health will be shared very shortly. Also joining us is Vice Air Marshal P.K. Srivastav. Mr. Srivastav, thank you very much, sir, for taking time out. I have to ask you, what are you making of the initial cause of that flight crash? It's extremely unfortunate. We were also trying to understand from other civil aviation experts on what could have resulted in that plane going down as it did. It does appear that towards the very end, there is no thrust in the plane. There could not be a possible bird hit. We can't see fumes before, it goes down. What do you ascertain as to what really happened there?
Firstly, my really heartfelt condolences to all the, passengers, families, and other people who are probably into this, and families are going through all the trauma. Basically, it's a very sad day for aviation and history of flying, because this is one of the worst disasters we will ever see. The way aircraft has taken off and the visuals, the way we see it, it doesn't seem to be a case of bird hit normally, which we see during takeoff and landing. This kind of thing can occur because there is no change in the attitude of the aircraft. Aircraft is going same plane level. It appears as if the aircraft lost, or engines lost all their power, and aircraft was without engines. Now the best, what we want to now find out, or want to guess probably, is that how and why this should happen, what would have happened. And pilot was able to give Mayday call. That means there was not total electrical failure in the aircraft. The other thing is, a very, one of the rarest cases could be that both engines got, they ceased, flamed out together. There was a huge bird ingestion in both the engines. If you ask me, has it ever happened in the history of aviation? Yes, if you Google, you'll find once in the history of aviation, this kind of thing has happened, but both engines, they ingested, like the one which was, Hudson River miracle, we know, their geese went into both the engines and they
I want to
pilot
come to
lost
that.
both.
I want to come to similar such cases. Air Vice Marshal, President of India has also reacted on that deeply distressing tragedy. She wrote, and I quote, "I'm deeply distressed to learn about the tragic plane crash in Ahmedabad. It is a heart-rending disaster. My thoughts and prayers are with affected people. The nation stands with them in this hour of indescribable grief." So, Prime Minister, President, Home Minister, the entire country currently mourning the loss of people who may have died. We're not able to give you the exact numbers because that is not confirmed. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, coming back to you, sir. You said similar such tragedies have happened where both the engines simultaneously failed, such as in case of Hudson River. But that was a different time because all the passengers were saved there. The captain was very well able to land in Hudson.
So the idea was that time he had the advantage of height, he was cruising and he could react, and there was a river in front and he could do the thing. But when you see this is in a habited area, where residential area, he's just taken off, there's a critical moment and there's no latitude or there's no kind of thing available to the captain of the aircraft. He was really helpless. There's hardly any height. As you see the height, it appears to be he was probably at 500 to 700 feet. So he had no advantage, nothing in his favor. Therefore, he said Mayday. And he doesn't have, definitely it appears he has no engines running. So the idea is how this could happen. How could we lose both the engines together at the same time? So that's something which is to be investigated. And making any guesses now may cause some kind of stir. I would not like to hazard a guess as of now. But I can only say both the engines seized together, and that's one of the rarest things which happens. Why I quoted that this thing, because somebody can pull out and say it happened once and the pilot was able to save the aircraft. That was a different situation altogether. It was the aircraft was coming for landing, it lost both engines, it had the height and speed, and it could then manage and do the miracle. Here the pilot has just taken off.
External factors.
Speed, maybe 160 knots or something like that, as per 787.
174 knots, in fact, was the speed at the time of the crash. And you're right,
Yeah.
sir. The situation was very different then as it was today. Very different from what happened there today. It was near the civilian area, in fact, crashing into a medical college there in Ahmedabad. I want to also bring in Dr. Kaul into this conversation. Dr. Kaul, I'm sure you're aware of the whistleblower allegations against Boeing. Sam Salapor's allegation on the fact that there is an error in the 787 Dreamliner for its fuselage is not fastened together. Those allegations were also looked into by the US. FAA had also grounded many 787 Dreamliners. But as far as India is concerned, these planes have been relatively safe for us.
Well, we've had no problem with these planes. As far as Boeing company is concerned, they were under heavy investigation by the US Congress and Senate, I think, and there's a full report on it. They have castigated them for cutting short processes. Safety measures were cut short. They saved a lot of money. They were
Dr. Kaul, I'm sorry to butt in, sir. Some more reactions are coming in. Let's quickly listen in.
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितनी कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बता सकते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है, जो रखते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंग में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100% हुई होगी, उसके बाद पता चलेगा। शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
All right, those are reactions, of course, coming in of the people who were on ground, who saw that accident happening, first-hand witnesses of that unfortunate tragedy. Yes, Dr. Kaul.
Boeing company has been under a lot of investigation by the United States, by the FAA. In fact, they found fault with FAA, giving too much, divesting too much of their own thing to the Boeing company to do the security checkup, to the safety checkup, and so on. So Boeing company has been under investigation, but this particular aircraft has been running with Air India for a long time now. And this particular aircraft, there was no particular defect, to the best of my knowledge, with any of the Dreamliners. So, and the Trent engine, which I think they all have, the Rolls-Royce Trent engine. So, what has happened now to this aircraft, and how did it, crash? Is something very speculative, and we'll have to find the black box.
Call, I will try and get you back. Black box would be important to ascertain what really transpired there. Let's also quickly listen into some other reactions coming from political circles on that tragedy that unfolded in the afternoon today.
दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हो गया है, अभी एग्जैक्ट जानकारी नहीं आई है, लेकिन ये मालूम है कि उसमें 242 लोग सवार थे, लेकिन उसमें कितने क्या हुए इसकी एग्जैक्ट जानकारी अभी नहीं आई।
अहमदाबाद में एक प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है। बताते हैं अहमदाबाद से वह लंदन के लिए जा रहा था और उसमें कुछ इस दुर्घटना के कारण प्लेन क्रैश होने के नाते बहुत सारे यात्रियों को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी है। ईश्वर से मैं सबकी सुरक्षित रहने की कामना करता हूं। इस दुखद घटना के लिए मेरी सभी जितने भी पीड़ित परिवार हैं उन सब के प्रति हमारी संवेदना है।
टेक ऑफ के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रीलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियां, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे।
बहुत कुछ अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब के, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
हालात कैसे, रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने उम्र कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है। अभी चलेगा।
All right, that's the latest as far as that plane crash is concerned, which fell from an altitude of about 625 feet. Let me quickly give you a breakdown of how many people were on that aircraft. The flight, Air India flight AI-171 crash incident, which was supposed to take off from Ahmedabad for London Gatwick Airport at about 13:38, which is about 1:40 in the afternoon, was carrying about 242 passengers, crew members on the Boeing 787-8 aircraft. Of the 169 were Indian nationals, 53 are British national, 1 Canadian, 7 Portuguese. So far, we know that the Prime Minister has taken a stock of the situation. He's spoken to the Home Minister. He's asked the Aviation Minister to be at the site of the crash to help assist with the rescue operations and ensure that all possible help is made available to those who are currently a part of that tragedy. The incident, of course, took place in Ahmedabad, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport was not operational up until now. Some flights are now being allowed to take off. All right, we do know Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, has also reacted to the incident, suggesting that the Ahmedabad air crash is in fact heartbreaking, is as he calls it. The pain and anxiety the families of the passengers and crew must be feeling is unimaginable. My thoughts are with each of them in this incredible, difficult moment. All right, we do have reaction from MOS Civil Aviation, the Minister for Civil Aviation. Let's quickly listen in.
एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे। मैं भी यहाँ से अभी निकल रहा हूँ। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है। उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, डीजीसीए थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहां पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहां पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी वहां पे इंजर्ड है, उनको बाहर निकालना है, उनको इमरजेंसी में मदद करना है। तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम अभी जुड़ी है, हम वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं।
All right. More and more details emerging with each passing minute of that London-bound flight that crashed earlier in the afternoon today. So far, reports suggesting that about 50 people are feared dead. Home Minister has rushed to the spot. There was a mayday call issued by the first flight attendant, the pilot, right after taking off. But within 5 minutes, that plane went down, resulting in thick plumes of smoke emerging on our screens. We're bringing you every minute-to-minute detail of that Air India flight, which was carrying about 242 passengers, which crashed near Ahmedabad airport. What's more unfortunate is that flight crashing in civilian area at the BJ Medical College in Ahmedabad, resulting in further students being hit. We don't know if there are student casualties just as yet, but about 20 students are also feared dead as a result of that plane crash at the BJ Medical College site. See numbers for emergency services and information regarding the Ahmedabad plane crash. Families and relatives of the passengers on board flight AI-171 are also told to call at numbers which includes, we'll try and put that on our screens in just about a minute, 0795562039. That's one of the emergency numbers. If you have any family or relative who could be on board the AI-171 flight, you can reach out to authorities at 07925620359. Let's quickly listen in to my colleague Liru, who was at the civilian hospital where injured are currently admitted.
देखिए यहाँ पर शोर इतना है, मुझे आपकी आवाज बहुत ही कम आ रही है, लेकिन यहाँ पर फिलहाल मैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद हूँ, जो ट्रॉमा सेंटर भी है, और यहाँ पर किस तरह की स्थिति है वो मैं आपको बता देती हूँ। आप जिस तरह से देख रहे हैं, काफी अफरा तफरी का माहौल है, लोगों में डर है, लोग सहमे हुए हैं, क्योंकि कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके परिवार के लोग, जिनके मित्र इस विमान में सफर कर रहे थे। ऐसे लोग अपने परिजनों से मिलने के लिए हॉस्पिटल आए हैं। और सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये जो हॉस्पिटल है, सिविल हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ मीटर की दूरी पर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है, जहाँ पर ये भयानक हादसा हुआ है। गुजरात के इतिहास में अब तक का ये सबसे बड़ा हादसा मैं आपको बता दूं। और पीछे जिस तरह से आप भीड़ देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर कि उनके जितने भी रिलेटिव्स हैं, जो पैसेंजर्स इस विमान में सवार थे, उनके जितने भी रिलेटिव्स हैं, वो सारे इस वक्त कैंटीन में मौजूद है। और यहाँ पर जो स्टाफ है हॉस्पिटल के, उन्होंने इस तरह की यहाँ पर उनके लिए व्यवस्था करके रखी है कि जितने भी परिजन आए हुए हैं उनको कैंटीन में एक जगह बैठने की और शांति रखने की सुविधा यहाँ पर दी गई है। काफी घंटों से यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं एम्बुलेंस भर भर कर यहाँ पर कैजुअलिटीज को लाया जा रहा है। अब तक जो ऑफिशियल फिगर दिए गए हैं उसके हिसाब से 50 से ज्यादा लोगों की मौत की आशंका जताई जा रही है और 100 से ज्यादा लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं कि जिस तरह की स्थिति, जिस तरह का क्रैश यहाँ पर हुआ था, उसको देखकर ये अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि ये आंकड़ा बढ़ने का जो है वो आशंका अभी जताई जा रही है। फिलहाल ये जो सिविल हॉस्पिटल आप देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर काफी भीड़ देखी जा रही है।
Colleague Neeru there at the civil hospital trying to ascertain the number of people who are currently admitted there. She's saying about 50 people are feared to be dead. We'll try and update that number for you. But there's also reaction come in for the very first time from Ministry of Civil Aviation. The MOS reacted just a couple of minutes ago. He suggested that Air India AI flight 171, a flight from Ahmedabad to London, accepting has crashed. There were a total of 242 people on board, 230 passengers, 12 crew members. Relief and rescue operations have started on site. The ministry has also held a meeting with senior officials. Home Minister and the Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu, are reaching. A high-level meeting has also taken place, which was attended by Secretary and DGCA, which is the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, the body responsible for civil aviation safety in the country. Discussions were held on the reasons for the casualties and the ongoing emergency rescue operation. It's too early to comment on the exact number of casualties or what really happened. Priority is to rescue the people who are trapped and injured and provide them with emergency assistance. The team is engaged. We are reaching there. Our top priority is to save as many people as possible, provide them with emergency services, and we'll discuss the other details later. Those are the details emerging by the way of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, the MOS reacting for the first time since that tragedy. Let's listen in to what the Civil Aviation Minister said just a couple of minutes ago.
एयर इंडिया का AI 171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राम मोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे। मैं भी यहाँ से अभी निकल रहा हूँ। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है। उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, DGCA थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहां पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहां पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी वहां पे इंजर्ड है, उनको बाहर निकालना है, उनको इमरजेंसी में मदद करना है। तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम अभी जुड़ी है, हम वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं।
Minister for Civil Aviation reacting for the very first time on that tragedy that happened later in the afternoon today. We do know now that there are more casualties, more people feared dead. 50 is what we're reporting at the moment. Many media houses, publications reporting as many as 120 people who may have died. Those are, of course, all speculations. We'll try and get you a final number soon. My colleague Karthik Malhotra joining us live from the newsroom. Karthik, the details around the tragedy continue to unfold, but one thing is quite clear from the visuals that have emerged, that plane, the pilot did his best to keep it on air. All right. Okay, so more visuals there that have come in, Karthik, as we can see on our screens right now. The pilot, as I was saying, tried to keep it afloat, tried to ensure that he moves away from civilian areas. We now know that the plane crash landed in one of the medical colleges in Ahmedabad. And the visuals, of course, on our screen suggesting that despite his efforts, the pilot wasn't able to really take the plane away from, civilian area or civilian infrastructure.
You're right, Shweta, and tragic as it may be, unfortunately, there's very little that the pilot could have presumably done in the situation that confronted both of them at the time of flying the aircraft, at the time of taking off. I have been speaking to a few pilot friends of mine and trying to really understand and deconstruct what has been going on, perhaps, looking at these visuals, if there's some sense of rationale that can be drawn. And the only logical or plausible assumption that is coming to mind right now for most of these pilots that I've spoken to, Shweta, is the fact that that things were okay until the aircraft was rolling off the ground. It's only after the aircraft's nose was pitched upwards and the aircraft took to the skies, which is when something has happened in the aircraft. Something has happened definitely with some degree of certainty. Everybody I've spoken to can assure me that something has happened with the engines and the engines have lost power. Now remember, the Boeing 787 Dreamliner is a dual engine aircraft. Now, one would logically question that if an engine failure has happened, what are the chances that both the engines could have flamed out together? Now, it's not the first time in the history that it has happened that both the engines have flamed out together. It has happened in the past. In fact, the movie Sully was an example of that, and eventually the aircraft did land in the Hudson River safe. That was a case of, the movie was of course based on real life, and the pilot's name was Sully, Captain Sully, who did successfully bring down the aircraft with a dual engine failure. But that notwithstanding, it seems to be a case that engines have flamed out. Both the engines have flamed out. The fact that all this has happened immediately after takeoff, and again, you can ascertain that because it's been just minutes after being given the clearance to take off at 1:39 p.m. that the pilots have given a mayday call to the ATC. So now if the mayday call has been given just seconds after lifting off, that means something has happened immediately after takeoff. And that something is what we can see from the visuals. Also, there is no power in the engines of the aircraft. Both the engines have flamed out together. There is no power in the engines, and hence the pilots are not able to complete the takeoff procedure. The undercarriage is still down, and the aircraft is gently gliding down towards the ground. Now, had any of the one engines of the aircraft also had any power, the pilot would have been able to maneuver the aircraft, take it away from civilian area. Now, again, my pilot friends are telling me there are two things that you require. You either require, preferably both, but definitely either one of the two. You either require power in the engines or you require altitude for the pilot to be able to make any decisive maneuver which can bring the aircraft down successfully and without causing any harm to the passengers or to infrastructure nearby. In this case, there was no power in the engine. Yeah, there was definitely no altitude. There was no power in the engines. And both these scenarios resulted in the catastrophe, in the damaging sort of reality that we are seeing on our screens right now. Now again, look at the aircraft and look at the picture of the aircraft towards the end. If you see the visuals on the left hand side of the screen, the aircraft is coming down. The angle of attack is as if it wants to come towards the ground, it wants to land. But just seconds before, as the camera zooms in, Shweta, monitor closely, as the camera zooms in, you're seeing that the pilots are trying to pitch the nose of the aircraft up. They are seeing that there is this eventuality, that there's a building in sight, and the aircraft, given its altitude, will not be able to miss the building. It doesn't have power, but it is still pitching the nose up, trying to avoid it. But given the fact that the engines don't have power, it goes in.
And scary visuals there. Karthik, stay with us. Captain Shyam Kumar is also joining us. Captain Shyam Kumar, as you heard my colleague there explaining that you either needed thrust power in one of the engines or you needed altitude. Clearly, on our screens, we can see neither there is altitude, and captains seem to have lost thrust as well. Both engines either failed or refused to work in that moment. These are all theories, working theories at the moment, possible reasons for that plane going down as it did.
Right. First of all, my sympathies to the families who lost their teen, and I wish the hospital rescue team, the hospital authorities take care of the people who are injured and they evacuate the dead bodies immediately, and the injured are treated quickly, and the rescue team are doing their work, NDRF, SDRF, etc. Coming to the point, with my flying experience as a naval pilot and also in the flight safety team of Naval Headquarters at Delhi, and being committee member of Air Force Army exam committee during the Rang De Basanti movie, which came
we have done some kind of analysis on the aircraft accidents. First point, the aircraft on a takeoff leg. Takeoff and landing phases of the aircraft operations are most critical phase. World over 60% of the accidents happen during this phase because aircraft is quite in a delicate situation while landing and during takeoff. Especially during takeoff, it is most critical phase of flight and it is most challenging for the pilot because that time it is under full power and under full load of its destination and it is at a very low height. All three factors are against the aircraft technicalities for remaining airborne. So here we know the aircraft took off from runway. It has ran through the runway and left the runway. Undercarriage was down. As you see in the video, you are seeing it. And it is going straight forward as it touches about 825 feet of height. Just before that, pilot gives a mayday call. That means it is a likely chance of either engine failure or bird hit. When there is a bird hit, the aircraft, one engine will flame out. And in this case, the second engine may not be able to sustain the requirement of the thrust that it needs to remain airborne. Therefore, the second engine will not be able to hold the aircraft in that situation as the aircraft nose is pitching up and it is trying to get a safe height from where they can reduce power and then they can manage the engines, either one engine or two engines. So therefore, the ATC, air traffic controller, generally tells the aircraft to depart straight ahead up to 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, and then only the aircraft turns. So my audience through your channel should know the aircraft was in a very, very critical stage of flight and it had no choice to go anywhere other than to just land straight ahead. And if there is a clear patch straight ahead, a pilot could have endeavored and made their best skills as they were very experienced to land straight ahead. But unfortunately, there was no clear patch. There was a building, there was a doctor's mess in the hospital, and aircraft had no choice other than to just stall onto the buildings. And that's what he did.
And
he
had
could not
minutes
have
to
turned,
pivot.
he couldn't have
Absolutely.
maneuvered the aircraft. There is
Captain
no
Kumar, they had minutes to pivot. We now know that the entire incident unfolded in less than 5 minutes. So they had only minutes to pivot and there was absolutely no clear patch of land nearby. And it does look like Captain in the very last moment trying to do the best he can. On our screens just a while ago were the visuals of Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, who's also now visiting the civil hospital in Gujarat. Let's get that back on our screens. Remember, authorities are now rushing in to hospitals, ensuring that relief and rescue mission is at a lightning pace. Chief Minister there on our screens at the moment. We now know that Civil Aviation Minister is also hoping to land in Gujarat very soon. Home Minister is also scheduled to be in Gujarat. It's a tragedy that's caught everybody off guard. Happening just this afternoon with the plane, the Air India flight crashing at about 1:40 this afternoon. My colleague Karthik Malhotra continues to be with me. Karthik, as we try and ascertain what really happened here, you were giving an example of Hudson and Captain Sali. I think he was lucky. There was Hudson there. There was nothing here. This was primarily a civilian area with clearly no clear patch of land, as we can see on our screens. It had to crash land, and if it did crash land, I believe the captain there tried making every attempt to move beyond that densely populated area, but clearly there wasn't enough thrust.
Yeah, exactly. So, Shweta, I mean, given the fact that the aircraft had just taken off and did not have the advantage of altitude, because, when you have altitude, you can at least maneuver the aircraft physically, even in the absence of both the engines or either one of the engines working. In this case, of course, as we can see, the aircraft has only just taken off. The undercarriage is still down. The wheels are still down. It is still perhaps momentum and inertia is, according to pilots that I've spoken to, is what carried the aircraft to that altitude of about 625 feet. But perhaps the incident, the issue with the aircraft happened well before the 625 feet was achieved by the pilots. Now, again, there were some theories, and I was hearing some experts on our channel earlier alluding to the fact that perhaps the fuel supply to the engines could have possibly snapped, and that could be one of the reasons why both the engines cut off and flamed out. Now, that again, according to pilots who have studied the 787 Dreamliner, have confirmed to me that there is not one, but there are two sources of fuel supply to the two engines. So this is something which has already been built in, that fuel supply should not be the reason for both the engines to flame out. So there are two fuel tankers, one under each of the two wings of the aircraft, and there are separate fuel supplies going to both the engines, which means the theory that perhaps fuel did not reach both the engines and that resulted in the flame out are not theories that are to be believed at this stage right now, because there are separate fuel supplies that go into both the engines. So the probability of that happening together seems fairly low. However, the probability of another event is a little higher, and that is the eventuality of a bird hit. Now, I was looking at some DGCA data and some stories that have reported that data, that after Delhi, in fact, Delhi has the maximum number of bird strikes, but after Delhi, it is the Ahmedabad airport which has the maximum number of bird strikes. It ranks number 2 overall in the country as far as birds are concerned. Now, again, pilots who have flown in that area have also confirmed to me that there is a reason for that. And the reason for the high number of bird strikes is the number of butcheries which are around the airport area. We've asked one of our reporters to go ahead and confirm that for us on ground, but because of the butcheries that operate in and around the airport perimeter, maybe outside the airport perimeter, but in that vicinity, in that proximity, is the reason why there are birds which sort of feed on the remains of the butchery, and hence they are usually flying at low level and likely to interfere with the takeoff or the landing procedures for aircraft. So there's a possibility of two bird strikes, two simultaneous bird strikes just at the time that the aircraft was leaving ground. It was inertia that took the aircraft up until the altitude of 625, and that is when the engines flamed out. There's no time at 625 feet when you're just about struggling with power to keep the aircraft afloat. There is absolutely no time. 625 feet to zero will take you just a few seconds. And there's precious little that pilots can do with no altitude, with no engine power to guide the aircraft away from populated areas like the one that this unfortunate incident took place in and the aircraft crashed. Now, again, talk about the volume of fuel that is carried, Shweta. It's about 100,000 liters, 100,000 kilograms, 1 lakh kg of fuel, which is carried on this particular Dreamliner when it is likely to be en route from Ahmedabad to London. And then, of course, that's an inferno that gets caused. One lakh
kgs of ATF,
and it becomes an inferno.
1 lakh kgs of ATF there becoming an inferno, and the plumes of smoke emerging on our screens, the visuals that have been captured by civilians, by people who were in that area, possibly through their phones. We continue to bring you all those details. Let me also quickly get in other experts, but perhaps in just a minute from now, let's listen into reactions that have come in from political circles. The Chief Minister of UP has reacted. Civil Aviation Minister has reacted. Let's listen in.
एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है। अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे, मैं भी यहाँ से अभी निकल रहा हूँ। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है, उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, डीजीसीए थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहाँ पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहाँ पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी वहाँ पे इंजर्ड है, उनको बाहर निकालना है, उनको इमरजेंसी में मदद करना है। तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम अभी जुड़ी है, हम वहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं।
दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हो गया है, अभी एग्जैक्ट जानकारी नहीं आई है, लेकिन ये मालूम है कि उसमें 242 लोग सवार थे, लेकिन उसमें कितने क्या हुए इसकी एग्जैक्ट जानकारी अभी नहीं आई।
अहमदाबाद में एक प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है। बताते हैं अहमदाबाद से वह लंदन के लिए जा रहा था और उसमें कुछ इस दुर्घटना के कारण प्लेन क्रैश होने के नाते बहुत सारे यात्रियों को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी है। ईश्वर से मैं सबकी सुरक्षित रहने की कामना करता हूं। इस दुखद घटना के लिए मेरी सभी जितने भी पीड़ित परिवार हैं उन सब के प्रति हमारी संवेदना है।
के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रिलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियां, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे।
A major disaster starting this morning, which has spread a lot of tragedy and sorrow all across. A London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members crashed into a medical college hostel minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport this afternoon. Visuals captured on mobile camera showed the aircraft losing altitude rapidly and crashing in a ball of fire. There were 169 Indians, 53 British, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese nationals on board the Air India flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. Plumes of thick smoke spiraled up in the air soon after, and ambulances and firefighting teams rushed to the spot. The plane crashed into the hostel of the BJ Medical College and Hospital. Mangled parts of the plane and parts of the wreckage jutted out of the gutted building. Many students are also among those injured. Some of them were rushed to the city civil hospital close by. Those are the live visuals on your screen right now. These are the live where you see that rescue operations are still on. You can see plumes of smoke, thick smoke, which has surrounded the building there, and also you see debris on the ground as of now, perhaps remnants of the plane and also other debris which could be belongings of those who were traveling by the plane. Live visuals on your screens for those who have just joined. This was an Ahmedabad London flight. This was, the Dreamliner, Boeing Dreamliner 787. And there you see rescue operations in full swing. And all of them are trying to rescue. You also see firefighters there, ready to extinguish the fire which is billowing up. Plumes of smoke, as you see on your screens, which actually tells you a very tragic story of what unfolded this morning. 53 British, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian national. This was AI-171 flight which crashed in Ahmedabad. It crashed into the very well BJ Medical College and Hospital. Prime Minister Modi has sent his condolences. He says, I'm stunned by what has happened there. Crash happened after reaching 625 feet altitude and at the speed of 174 knots. A mayday call apparently was given from the flight and the ATC tried reacting, but after that they lost all contact with the aircraft. On your screens, for those who've just joined us, we're bringing you a rolling coverage of the crash in Ahmedabad. On your screens right now, rescue operations and rehabilitation operations in full swing. You see that smoke's billowing up. There are people who are helping out. You can hear the sirens of ambulances. Most of those who've been injured have been taken to the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. Debris on the floor. You can still see small fires which are there even as rescue operations are in full swing. Right after the crash, 3 teams, more than actually 3 teams of firefighters had reached the site of the crash. You can see police officials as well as others who've reached the spot, and like I said, full swing. They are trying to do what is best at this time of tragedy. 53 British, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian. ambulance being given the way. Other visuals on your screens as well of buildings being damaged, considering that the crash happened. There it is. Those are the visuals that we are getting, the latest visuals. Because the crash apparently happened in a residential colony, perhaps a lot more buildings have been damaged as a result of the crash this morning. You can see buildings being damaged. This was an Ahmedabad London Gatwick flight which crashed this morning. A very tough call for rescue and rehabilitation officials, but they are doing their level best. Right in the morning, around 3 to 6 teams of firefighters had reached the site of the crash, and they began rescue operations trying to extinguish the fire which was caught because of the crash, considering that it was full up so far as the fuel was concerned. Also, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was amongst the passengers on the flight. His flight ticket listed him as a passenger on seat 2D. Those are the visuals on your screen right now. Lots of buildings that you see on your screens. This was, some of them are heavily damaged, and I think they are being examined right now by officials as to what kind of rehabilitation and rescue can be done, or whether there is any further damage as an aftermath of the crash which took place on the Ahmedabad-London flight. This was the 787 Dreamliner. The flight apparently had 242 people on board. That is what we are learning. And the pilot apparently gave a mayday call after takeoff to air traffic control, which is ATC, moments before it crashed outside the airport perimeter. This flight was Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, which included 230 passengers and 12 crew members as well. Live visuals on your screen of damaged building for those who have joined us right now. Those are the visuals. It is difficult to ascertain right now these buildings, whether they are within the perimeter of the airport or close to the residential areas near the airport. Those, look at that smoke which was billowing up. Most of it you can see completely dark and black because of the smoke which emanated after the crash, and also the fires still need to be extinguished, or perhaps they have been extinguished. This is the residual after the fires have been extinguished. You can see firefighters in full swing trying to extinguish and douse the fire in the buildings which caught fire in the aftermath of the crash. Buildings almost totally damaged, with just a facade of the buildings which remain standing. These are some of the inside shots of the buildings as well, you see on your screens. Lot of people around. I'm guessing these are rescue and rehabilitation workers who are trying their level best to douse the fire so that there is no more danger in the aftermath of the crash. On your screen right now, let me now go across to my colleague Karthik Malhotra on the latest. Karthik, it's such a big tragedy that it would be very unfair to apportion blame right now. But if you had to take the viewers through as to what may have happened, considering the crash happened just minutes after the takeoff, whether it was the problem of altitude or whether it was the failing of both the engines, Kartik Malhotra, which may have caused this tragedy. Kartik.
Hi, Sudha. Right. So I think at this moment, whatever we say is going to partly be in the realm of speculation and partly in the realm of educated guess or what we are hearing from experts in the field who may be venturing their own guesses at the moment. But a plausible theory here, Sudha, seems to be the fact that it is a case where the engines, both the engines lost power. Now, let's go back into what we know for sure and juxtapose it with what potentially could have taken place in those horrific few minutes that led from the time the aircraft took off to the time it eventually crashed on the ground. So we know for a fact this was AI-171 scheduled to go to London from the Ahmedabad airport. It had 242 souls on board. This included 230 passengers, out of which there were 169 Indians and the balance from other nationalities, including a large chunk being Britain, followed by Portugal and Canadian residents. I think just one Canadian citizen. So that is what we know. It was flight 171. It was scheduled to depart at 1:09 p.m. There was some delay. Finally, the aircraft left ground at 1:39 p.m. So it did take off. Now, the fact that it took off means that during the initial checks, there was nothing that was reported which seemed untoward to prevent the aircraft from taking off. This is the exact same aircraft which incidentally flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad before being routed for its regular operations to London. So there was no problem reported, theoretically at least, till the time the aircraft landed in Ahmedabad. The aircraft was then checked and turned around and made ready for its onward journey to London. Now, at the time of takeoff, if there is any issue that the pilots feel is not right with the aircraft, with the engine, with the hydraulics, with the avionics, there's a time until when the takeoff can be aborted. The takeoff was not aborted, which means by the time the aircraft lifted off from the ground, it's called unsticking the aircraft. By the time the aircraft was unstuck, there was no problem reported. Now, there's a very short window of time, Sudha, from the time the aircraft leaves ground and reaches a very low altitude of 625 feet. That is the peak altitude that the aircraft climbed to. 625 feet is nothing. I mean, it's 100 people of 6 feet each standing on top of each other. It's a small, it's a very low altitude. So obviously something has happened in that short duration, due to which at a peak of 625 feet, a mayday call is made and the aircraft starts coming down. Now, what could have potentially happened in those few seconds, perhaps, barely a few minutes, is perhaps the engines, both the engines on the 787 Dreamliner have flamed out. Now, both engines, remember, it's a two-engine aircraft, Sudha, and these aircraft are designed to at least be able to land safely with just one engine. The second engine, while you require both the engines to take off, because that's the kind of thrust you require, and that's the kind of energy that you need to expend to be able to lift off against gravity and go into the sky. But thereafter, once the aircraft is in the sky, a single engine theoretically can be enough to ensure that the aircraft comes down safely. The pilots are able to maneuver it, guide it to an area which is conducive for landing, may not be optimal for landing, but at least conducive for landing, and bring the aircraft down safely. Now, the fact that the pilots were unable to do that tells us that perhaps both the engines have shown some snag, have not responded to the desires, to the commands of the pilots, and worst case scenario, perhaps both the engines have flamed out. Now, there are a few reasons why this could happen. So the one reason which many experts who came on our channel, in the last few hours that we've been on this story, have said that perhaps the fuel supply to the engine. Now, I spoke to a few pilot friends of mine who have confirmed to me that seems like a highly improbable event, because there are two fuel tankers under both the wings of the aircraft supplying fuel individually to both the engines. So the probability of both the supplies to both the engines getting cut off at the same time seems highly improbable, if not impossible. Now, what seems to be another reason why both the engines could have flamed out, and this is something that a few pilots that I've spoken to, and one of them in particular, tells me with a great deal of certainty, is that perhaps it has been a case of simultaneous bird strikes. Now, bird strikes again seem to be an improbable event, that two bird strikes in both the engines simultaneously, but it's not something that hasn't happened before. In fact, it has happened plenty of times before. If you recall, so the movie called Sully, which is based on the real life experience of Captain Sully, who was able to successfully land his aircraft down in the Hudson River, was a case of two engines flaming out together. So two engines flaming out together has happened. Now, why this pilot I spoke to is insisting on the probability of both the engines having been hit by birds is because presumably the area around Ahmedabad is full of butchers and butcheries, and these butcheries become the breeding ground and the hunting ground for birds who are there to look for food. So the birds from the sky descend to those butcheries and they feed on the remains of whatever the butchers sell to us, and thereafter they are doing a low orbit sort of circuit somewhere near the airport, and hence Ahmedabad statistically has the second highest number of bird hits reported in across all the airports in India. Incidentally, the highest number of bird strikes have happened in Delhi NCR, but after Delhi NCR, it is Ahmedabad airport, which is the second highest when it comes to bird strikes. So the pilot I've spoken to has flown in that sector and has told me that it definitely seems to be a case where two birds have been sucked into the engines. Now, I countered that by asking the pilot that we see in the visuals which are playing on a screen right now that the aircraft, when it is trying to come down just moments after taking off, there seems to be no fire, there seems to be no physical damage, structural damage to the aircraft. So how can we assume it's a case of bird strike? And his reasoning to that is that it's not necessary that every time a bird gets sucked into the engine, it comes out of the backside of the engine causing fire. Perhaps it is just strong enough at the time of takeoff to obstruct the turbines of the engines from turning. And that could be the reason why both the engines could have potentially flamed out at the same time. Now, there was enough inertia, enough momentum in the aircraft already that immediately after the bird strike, it was able to fly to that altitude of 625. But beyond that, there is absolutely no way that the pilots were able to control the aircraft. The best they could have done was hydraulically, if the hydraulics were working, to level the wings, as you're seeing in the visuals again, and try and bring the aircraft down. Now, again, as you're seeing on the visuals which are on the screen right now and for our viewers, at this moment, when the camera has zoomed in, you're saying that the pitch of the nose of the aircraft, initially the angle of attack is downward. The undercarriage is down, the wheels are down. It means the aircraft wants to come and land somewhere. But just moments before, as the camera zooms in just now, you see that the nose is pitched upwards. So as the nose is pitched upwards, that means the pilots have seen that there is an obstruction, there is a building, they want to avoid that building. They try their level best to somehow get the nose of the aircraft up to avoid hitting that building, but there is no power in the engine and the aircraft does not respond. Right. So the pitch of the aircraft is that the nose is up, but the aircraft is going down, suggesting fairly clearly that the engines have flamed out.
Kartik Malhotra, do stay in with us. We also have two guests, Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath, who's an aviation expert, and Captain Shyam Kumar, who's also an aviation expert. But gentlemen, do wait on, because my colleague Neeru has this report from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. Let's take a look.
लेकिन यहाँ पर फिलहाल मैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद हूँ, जो ट्रॉमा सेंटर भी है, और यहाँ पर किस तरह की स्थिति है वो मैं आपको बता देती हूँ। आप जिस तरह से देख रहे हैं, काफी अफरा तफरी का माहौल है, लोगों में डर है, लोग सहमे हुए हैं, क्योंकि कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके परिवार के लोग, के जिनके मित्र इस विमान में सफर कर रहे थे। ऐसे लोग अपने परिजनों से मिलने के लिए हॉस्पिटल आए हैं। और सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये जो हॉस्पिटल है, सिविल हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ मीटर की दूरी पर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है, जहां पर ये भयानक हादसा हुआ है। गुजरात के इतिहास में अब तक का ये सबसे बड़ा हादसा मैं आपको बता दूं। और पीछे जिस तरह से आप भीड़ देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर, कि उनके जितने भी रिलेटिव्स हैं, जो पैसेंजर्स इस विमान में सवार थे, उनके जितने भी रिलेटिव्स हैं, वो सारे इस वक्त कैंटीन में मौजूद है। और यहाँ पर जो स्टाफ है हॉस्पिटल के, उन्होंने इस तरह की यहाँ पर उनके लिए व्यवस्था करके रखी है कि जितने भी परिजन आए हुए हैं, उनको कैंटीन में एक जगह बैठने की और शांति रखने की सुविधा यहाँ पर दी गई है। काफी घंटों से यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं एम्बुलेंस भर भर कर यहाँ पर कैजुअलिटीज को लाया जा रहा है। अब तक जो ऑफिशियल फिगर दिए गए हैं उसके हिसाब से 50 से ज्यादा लोगों की मौत की आशंका जताई जा रही है और 100 से ज्यादा लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं कि जिस तरह की स्थिति, जिस तरह का क्रैश यहाँ पर हुआ था, उसको देखकर ये अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि ये आंकड़ा बढ़ने का जो है वो आशंका अभी जताई जा रही है। फिलहाल ये जो सिविल हॉस्पिटल आप देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर काफी भीड़ देखी जा रही है।
All right, we're getting some breaking news. Home Minister Amit Shah leaves from Delhi for Ahmedabad. That is the breaking news that we are getting. He is headed towards Ahmedabad where the crash took place. This was an Ahmedabad London-bound flight. Home Minister Amit Shah has left from Delhi. He'd already taken the status of what was really going on. But now, physically, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be in Ahmedabad in a couple of hours from now. He's left from Delhi. For those who've just joined us, the latest on the Ahmedabad London flight crash this morning in Ahmedabad is that Home Minister Amit Shah has left from Delhi for Ahmedabad. He had already, like I said earlier, taken the status of really went on, took all the details, and now he is Ahmedabad bound. Home Minister Amit Shah has left for Ahmedabad. Let me now go across to the guests. Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath and also Captain Sham Kumar, who's an aviation expert. A very, very warm welcome to both of you. What a tragedy it is, Group Captain Devnath, today for the entire country and also across the world. We're getting a lot of, condolences and, nations commiserating with us what really unfolded this morning, a tragedy in Ahmedabad. I want to ask you, Group Captain Devnath, my colleague Kartik Malhotra very succinctly explained as to what may have happened, although he did add a rider that it's all in the realm of speculation. But, sorry, Captain Devnath, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, Baba, I can hear you.
So tell me something, it takes off and then it reaches an altitude of 625 and then you see that, which is not really too much, like my colleague was explaining. Both the engines you have played. What do you think may happen? Because all the checks and balances, due diligence must have happened. But what do you think? Bird hits? I mean, 2 bird hits, because Kartik Malhotra, my colleague, was saying that considering it's very close to the abattoirs in Ahmedabad, it could be very, very a possibility that there were birds which actually, feed on the remnants of what the abattoirs offer, that it could have hit both the engines. Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath, over to you.
Yes, very, very tragic accident. What Kartik was saying is a very, very high probability. Ahmedabad has got large number of uncontrolled abattoirs where animal waste is thrown out in an uncontrolled, untreated manner. Though a local municipality has tried their best for last some years, either to close them down or at least to ensure that they throw away their leftovers in a scientific manner, that is not happening. The very fact the aircraft reached a height of 625 feet shows that till that moment, till some critical point, both the engines were working normally. The pilot, before a certain time period, then he makes a mayday call. Definitely a pilot making a mayday call means something has happened in last 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. What could have gone wrong? It is quite possible that a bird hit has taken place. Ahmedabad and some other airfields in India also are very, very bird hit prone. What normally happens that the bird hits a part of aircraft which is not very critical. Say it hits the body of the aircraft, it hits some non-critical part of the plane, wings, rudders, or a non-critical part of the vertical stabilizer. Now, in this case, it appears that the bird has gone into the engine. Ahmedabad, if you look around, you'll at any time of the day, especially during hot afternoons, these birds, they soar up to a height of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet. Vultures and such like birds, they weigh quite a bit. They weigh about 2.5 kg to 3.5 kg sometimes. And each vulture, if ingested into the engine, is capable of causing severe damage. two vultures or two birds getting sucked into both the engines simultaneously, that is a very, very rare eventuality. But it appears that today something like this has happened, that both the engines have lost power simultaneously.
Group Captain Devnath, you make a very intriguing point, and I would like to go to Captain Shyam Kumar, who's also joined us, who's an aviation expert. You know, birds getting sucked into the engine. Captain Shyam Kumar, for lame people like me, that seems like an improbability or something which is really very surprising. All right, we seem to have lost contact with Captain Shyam Kumar. So let me go back to you, or rather come to you. Group Captain Devnath, please explain and decode what does it mean when these so-called, birds which are there hovering around because of abattoirs, they get sucked into the engines.
Yes, you see what happens. The probability of one lone bird it hitting an aircraft is very, very low. But in this month, May, June, July, during summer months, you will find not 1, 2, 10. Sometimes there are flocks of birds which are hovering around with the number of birds in each flock exceeding 100, sometimes 200. And they fly in close vicinity of each other. If the pilot is is lucky, if the passengers are lucky, then birds may hit the aircraft, but they may hit the body of the aircraft. But in this instance, it appears that the bird has hit the engine. Now, once a bird goes inside the engine, normally we use the terminology suck in, because see, any jet engine, it sucks in air from the front, burns it, and it pushes out air, hot gases from the rear. So suppose one bird gets ingested into the engine, it damages the compressor blades. There are stator blades which are static. There are rotor blades which are rotating at very high RPM. So this bird when it goes inside, it ruptures those rotating parts of the engine. And if it is a big bird, then it does cause sufficient damage so that the engine stops functioning. I'll give you an example. If it is a small bird weighing just about 500 gram or 1 kg, then the engine may survive through this impact and still continue to generate some residual thrust. In that case, the pilot comes to know that his RPM has fallen. Then he takes permission from ATC quickly and declares a pan or mayday call and comes back and lands. But in this instance, it appears that both the birds were huge, maybe weighing 3.5 kg each. And when they went inside the engine, they caused so much damage that the engine stopped producing adequate thrust to keep the aircraft in a level flight.
All right,
Yes.
Group Captain, do stay with us, and thank you so much for decoding this for us. My colleague Samya Kapoor has also joined us from the newsroom. Samya, considering that the plane crash happened in and around residential colony, what is it that you're picking up on the ground? I mean, what do we know so far? We played a lot of visuals, and of course the BJ Medical College, which is one of the best and very well-known hospitals and also colleges in Ahmedabad, that seems to have been impacted. But other than that, I'm getting a lot of queries considering the crash happened, like I said, in and around a residential colony. What is the the quantum of damage that we are getting to know, or do we even know as of now, considering most of it is in the realm of speculation? Samya.
Well, as far as this tragic crash is concerned, the first alarm was raised around 1:39 to 1:40 p.m. this afternoon. But as I speak to you around 5:30 right now, it's still early to ascertain the extent of the damage or the number of deaths and casualties reported, both from the plane air crash and also from the crash that took place at that particular BJ Medical Hospital. Now, what we are given to understand is that the plane crashed into the dining area where there were several students seated already. Many of them were rescued. They managed to run away, but some may have been feared a trap as well. We did have a number of 20 deaths that were reported from the BJ Medical Hospital, but we will have to wait for the official confirmation that will be issued by the state government. Having said that, like you mentioned, there are several visuals that are coming in right now, which only goes on to confirm that all efforts are being made to ensure that rescue operations are on a quick pace right now, with the government from the center and from the state, all of them rushing to the crash site to ensure that there's no, stone left unturned. If that is at all any areas of concern pertaining to rescue operations, if there are any way by which they can rescue the trapped students from the BG Medical Hospital hostel, that can also be done in the process. But what we can tell you right now is several people from across the world reacting to this tragic Ahmedabad, the London air crash that took place in Ahmedabad. Right now, we do have a tweet coming in from Anthony Albanese, where he has also put out a statement saying that the news of the passenger plane crash in Ahmedabad is absolutely devastating. In this time of tragedy, Australia's thoughts are with everyone affected. Our government is receiving regular updates, and we will continue to monitor the situation today closely. Now, there are several questions being raised about the safety of the Boeing as well, whether this was the first ever air crash that took place. But what information we're getting to you right now is very pertinent, is that this is not the first technical error of the Air India 7878 Dreamliner. In the last few days, on 7th June, AI 143 from Delhi to Paris had landed at Sharjah due to electrical error, and burning smell was also being felt in the cabin. It was due to the excellent judgment of the pilot that they managed to safely return to Delhi after initial repair. There have been issues that has occurred time and again. Though the Boeing had maintained that the flights, the aircrafts were fit to fly, but there were concerns, there were areas of errors that were noted not only by the crew members, but also by the passengers. There are testimonies
Sorry
of the
to
passengers.
interject in this fashion, but we have a sound bite from Randhir Jaiswal, spokesperson for the MEA. Let's listen into him, and then I get back to this debate.
So, Ayushi, first, your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we are once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who've lost their loved ones.
एयर इंडिया का AI 171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे। मैं भी यहाँ से अभी निकल रहा हूँ। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है। उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, DGCA थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहां पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना, यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहां पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी वहां पे इंजर्ड है, उनको बाहर निकालना है, उनको इमरजेंसी में मदद करना है। तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम अभी जुड़ी है, हम वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं।
Right now on your screens, those are fresh visuals. We are live as of now on News 9 with the details of the horrific air disaster in Ahmedabad. A London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members crashed into a medical college hostel minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport this afternoon. Visuals on your screen of the tragedy which unfolded this afternoon in a London-bound flight from Ahmedabad to London. Visuals captured on mobile cameras show the aircraft losing altitude rapidly and crashing in a ball of fire, and you see an inferno actually. There were 169 Indians on board, 53 British, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese on board the Air India flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. Plumes of thick black smoke spiraled up in the air soon after, and ambulances and firefighting teams raced to the spot. Let me also tell you that most of those who were injured were rushed to the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, where News 9 team is present. Let me now go across to Yash Bhavnani, who is an eyewitness to the entire tragedy which unfolded this afternoon so far as the flight is concerned, which was Ahmedabad London bound. Yash, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Can you hear me?
हाँ जी आ रही है आपकी आवाज।
बताइए क्या कुछ आपने देखा आज दोपहर को जो ये हुआ, उससे पहले कहाँ थे आप यश?
मैं एक्चुअली तब तो घर ही था जब ये सब इंसिडेंट हुआ था, और फिर जब न्यूज पे मैंने सुना, अपने दोस्तों से सुना, उसके बाद मैंने रिएक्ट किया कि मैं आसपास, क्योंकि मेरे घर के बहुत ही नजदीक है ये जो इंसिडेंट हुआ है एयरपोर्ट के, तो एक्चुअली फिर उसके बाद हम लोग ने सोचा कि हम लोग यहाँ पर हम फ्रेंड्स थोड़े से हेल्प करने आएंगे। तो मैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल के बाहर ही खड़ा हूँ अभी, और बहुत सारी एम्बुलेंस अभी हाल फिलहाल अंदर जा रही है, और बहुत सारे एयर भीड़ यहाँ पर इकट्ठी हो गई है। RAF की टीम भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है जो हेल्प में यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है।
काफी सायरन्स की आवाज सुनाई दे रही। यश बताइए, आपके घर के पास ये हादसा हुआ, तब आप बताइए कि आपको कुछ दिखा? आपके जो नेबर्स हैं, पड़ोसी हैं, उन्होंने क्या देखा कि धुआं ऊपर उठ रहा है आसमान की तरफ, कुछ आवाजें हुई होंगी, बड़ी तेज आवाजें वगैरह, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए यश भवनानी।
नहीं, आवाज तो नहीं आई थी, लेकिन बहुत सारा धुआं जरूर था। हमने देखा था हमारे टेरेस से, वहां पर देखने जा रहा, क्योंकि तो नजदीक है, तो हमने ये चीज तो देखी थी कि धुआं ऊपर उठा हुआ है। उसके बाद जब न्यूज में देखा तो उसके बाद पता चला था कि इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया।
जी यश, ये बताइए कि ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जैसे हादसा हुआ वहां फायर फाइटर्स तुरंत पहुंच गए, 3 से 6 टीमें, आपने देखा उन्हें? यश, उनके बारे में बताइए।
हाँ जी, उनकी सारी टीमें भी आ चुकी है, और क्या बोलते हैं, ये जो फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स की टीमें थी यहाँ पर, RAF और आर्मी टीम भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जिससे सबको हेल्प मिल सके। बड़ौदा से भी सारे फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर की 6 टीम्स यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर राहत सी महसूस हो रही है लोगों को। और लोगों में इतना जो अफरा तफरी थी, वो उसके कारण जहाँ पर हमें पहुंचना था, जहाँ पर हमें एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन थी, वहां पर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। एग्जैक्टली आर्मी वहां पर अंदर एंटर नहीं होने देने जा रही है।
जी यश, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका कि आप हमारे साथ जुड़े। दैट वाज यश भवनानी, एन आई विटनेस, एंड द ट्रेजेडी अनफोल्डेड वेरी क्लोज टू हिज होम, एंड राइट नाउ ही इज एट in front of the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital trying to help those who may have been injured. Let me now go back to Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath, who's an aviation expert. I want to ask you, Group Captain Devnath, that considering the 2 engines would have been full of fuel, I mean, one can only horrifically imagine the level of the inferno which may have gone up from the floor upwards towards the sky. Tell us a little bit of that, considering you have such vast experience, Group Captain.
Yes, it is very, very sad thing to narrate, but since we all have undergone certain amount of training in this regard, see what happens. Exact details will come out once the black box is recovered. That will give the exact engine parameters, the speed, height of the aircraft, rate of descent, forward velocity, and exactly what appears here. What we can see that aircraft has impacted the ground in a high nose-up attitude. And one thing which is very clear from the video is that the tail portion got stuck in a high-rise building. And then the aircraft front portion went ahead and hit the ground and caught fire. Normally, when aviation turbine fuel burns, the temperature as which we can see here, black smoke, temperature goes up to 550 degrees centigrade. It can attain while burning like this. In addition, what happens that the other inflammable material like plastics or chemicals on board, they also catch fire. In extreme cases, sometimes even the aluminum part starts burning, like we have seen metal burning inside Diwali crackers or Diwali fuljaris. In that case, the temperature goes beyond 1000 up to 1400 degrees centigrade. It is very, very sad thing to see. I hope that the cockpit voice recorder, which records the exchange of sound bites between captain of the aircraft and the co-pilot, is recovered, and that this extreme heat has not caused any damage to the black box or black box. I must tell viewers that it is a digital flight data recorder. It is designed in a manner to withstand all these high temperatures. Similarly, if CVR is recovered, that will give an idea about what were the voice commands being exchanged between captain and the co-pilot at that time. Another indication will be the pilot was in contact with air traffic control. All ATCs have long recording tape recorders. Which
I wanted to ask you about that, I wanted to, I'm sorry to interject, but I wanted to ask you that, Group Captain Devnath, is that apparently the pilot gave and made a call, and the ATC, when it tried to kind of contact the aircraft, there was no response. I mean, that radio silence is very eerie. Is very eerie, Group Captain Devnath. I don't know what must have happened that after giving a mayday call, which is given under a lot of distress, mayday, which actually means help me, correct me if I'm wrong. After getting that, the ATC just could not get back in touch with the pilot, as it were.
You see, the purpose of we all pilots are trained right in there during their initial training itself, when they are student pilots, that in case there is any emergency, onboard emergency, or aircraft is in distress, then they are supposed to make this call. Mayday, mayday, mayday on that particular channel. Say this, if this channel is channel 1, what happens that after that air traffic control is supposed to the controller is supposed to concentrate all his mind on this particular aircraft. And it is also an indication for all the other pilots in the vicinity of the aerodrome to keep quiet, so that air traffic control can pass instructions to that aircraft. Now, when a mayday call is made, in this case, we can see by the time the pilot made the mayday call, now he is immediately engrossed with how to recover the aircraft or how to extinguish the fire. So probably bird hit has taken place. He knows that he has to go and make impact with the ground. We can see the undercarriage of the aircraft down. That is selected down many times by the pilot. They are trained to do so. When they feel that the aircraft may impact the ground, the undercarriage is lowered so that the initial part of the impact is absorbed by the undercarriage. But what happens, this was an act emergency. So probably immediately after making the mayday call, their entire attention was how to revive the engine. There is a procedure by which, if the engine is winding down, this is the slang we use. If there is a bird hit, obviously the engine from 100% RPM will fall to 90% RPM, 70% RPM, 60% RPM, and very low RPM. So pilot was probably busy trying to restart the engine.
Right.
Though there is no time available here to restart the engine, he had to just go and plonk the aircraft on whichever clear patch he could find in those few seconds.
All right.
Yes.
And also my colleague Samya Kapoor is still there with us, speaking to us from the newsroom. Samya, you were talking about, when I interjected you and we were getting breaking news about Home Minister Amit Shah, that this isn't the first time. In the recent past, there was one electrical error which was also reported on a flight bound from Delhi to Paris.
Well, absolutely. And this is exactly the information we're bringing over here. It's important, it's pertinent to note over here that Boeing has been facing difficulty, has been facing operational issues, which has turned out to be safety hazard in this particular case today. But I can take you back to that information that we were sharing with our viewers right now, is that this wasn't the first time around that this has happened. It was only in June that similar situation had been witnessed, and the flight had to be taken from Delhi to Paris, for that matter, where they had faced a technical snag and a burning smell, and the pilot had the presence of mind to take the decision at the right point in time. What we are waiting to see is that to find the exact cause of this crash, whether it was a bird hit, was it a case where the tail of the aircraft had hit against a tree. What exactly was the issue that led to this devastating plane crash? We will find out about all of that and several other inquiries, investigation already been ordered in this particular aircraft. We have to wait and see how we will be going further with this.
Yeah, I also want you to focus on, the thing is that as of now, from our various bureaus, considering that we have bureaus all over India, what is the vital information that we are gathering? Of course, our colleague Neeru is at the civil hospital, but other than that, if you have to break it down in 3 important points, Samya, what is it that the viewers should know right now, hours after the plane crash?
Well, like I told you, it was around 1:39 to 1:40 when the plane crash actually took place, and the rescue operations have been pressed upon right now. Those visuals are on our screens right now. It is at the crash site, also at the BJ Medical College Hospital hostel, where several students have feared dead. What the confirmation we can get you right now is that there were several people on board. There were 230 passengers, 10 crew members, and 2 pilots, and all of them have been feared dead. There are no survivors, is what we can tell you right now. Absolutely tragic episode. This is one of the most devastating air crashes that India has witnessed so far. Not only did the passengers not survive who were on board that particular aircraft going from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, but even the students who were present at the BJ Medical College hostel, many of them have also been feared dead so far. We are bringing to you this particular exclusive information that we have just gotten, that there seems to be no survivors of those 242 passengers who were on board the 787 Dreamliner that crashed near the Ahmedabad airport.
What a tragedy that is, Samya Kapoor, who just was reporting from the newsroom. No survivors on the Ahmedabad Gatwick flight, which crashed this afternoon in Ahmedabad. 242 feared dead, 169 Indian, 53 British, 1 Canadian, and 7 Portuguese nationals. There you see on your screens right now, Amit Shah, who's leaving for Ahmedabad after this great tragedy unfolded in Ahmedabad. 242 feared dead, one of the worst tragedies ever in the history of civil aviation in India. And also, like my colleague Samya Kapoor was reporting, she said that even as the plane crashed into the BG Medical Hospital and College, there also some students have been feared dead. According to Samya Kapoor, with an exclusive information that she was actually giving out to the viewers of News 9, these students were apparently in the dining room, perhaps waiting to eat their lunch. This was afternoon at around 1:30-ish, and they have also been feared dead. Some locals have also been feared dead. Breaking news on your screens right now. No survivors in the plane crash. 242. There appears to be no survivors. City Police Commissioner is saying from Ahmedabad some locals may have also lost their lives in this tragedy. Exact casualties are being ascertained, but no survivors. That's for sure. Official confirmation coming from the top cop. Let me now go across to Samya Kapoor for more on this. Samya, what a great tragedy this is. This is devastating news coming now. We have it on the screen after you confirmed it for the viewers of News 9. No survivors in the plane crash, but I would like you to concentrate. 242, of course, passengers on board. A big tragedy. But what about those students who are perhaps getting ready to eat lunch at the BJ Medical College and Hostel? Samya Kapoor.
Well, that is the big breaking news that we are bringing to our viewers at this point in time, that there are no survivors of those 242 passengers who were on board. 230 passengers, of them 52 were British nationals as well. There were other foreign nationals present as well. There were infants, crew members, pilots, all of them perished in thin air. Those visuals that we are playing out on our screens right now, time and again, which shows how the flight, the aircraft went into flames, left very little to imagination when it came to whether there are going to be any survivors or not. Of course, the government has not revealed the real numbers so far, because they're also saying that there could be a case where several local residents who may have come in the way of this crash may have also lost their lives. So the final number of deaths, the casualties, that has not been revealed as yet by the government. They're still going through the process of ascertaining the extent of deaths and damage that has taken place because of the Ahmedabad-London air flight crash. What we can get to at this point in time is that unfortunate that the Ahmedabad-London Gatwick flight that the world is talking about. World leaders have taken to social media to express their concern, their condolences, and they stand with India in this hour of crisis. The Prime Minister has also put out a statement saying that all possible help will be rendered to the family members of those who are going through a terrible time right now. But what we can tell you is that the Home Minister has already rushed to Ahmedabad right now, where he is taking stock of all the developments that have taken place since the afternoon. He has spoken to the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He has also spoken to the DGP, the Home Minister. The NDRF, SDRF have also pressed in all their teams for the rescue operations to be carried out. Unfortunate again right now that I would like to underline is that the former Gujarat Chief Minister, Vijay Rupani, was also on board this particular flight, although their family members have not confirmed. But if we are to believe that 242 passengers have not survived, then unfortunate is that the former Chief Minister of Gujarat is no more. But we shall wait for the family to put forth that statement before we put that out. We had confirmed that he was a passenger number 12 on this fateful flight, and tragic as it is, all those 242 passengers have lost their life. No survivors there. That is the big breaking news that we're getting you at this point in time. World over.
What a tragedy this is. What a great tragedy this is. Devastating news coming in. And let me go to the group captain. Group captain, what a great tragedy. One of the worst tragedies ever in civil aviation. If one were to say, as it were, I want a reaction from you. You know, what seemed like that, you know, that both the engines apparently had failed, whether it's a bird hit. Of course, all that will be ascertained later, like you said, once we have the black box in possession and the readings on it. But as of now, the mourning, the nation, as well as the world mourns the deaths of these 242 passengers on board the Ahmedabad-London air crash.
Yes. I had almost 34 years of experience in Indian Air Force, have seen many crashes, but this by and large, by far the biggest and most sad is the word. But see, we are trained to quickly recover and think about what to do now. Obviously, there are no survivors, it appears. It has been declared. So we move on to the next part of sad part of administration, which is rehabilitation of all the people around that area. It appears that sufficient, the large amount of damage has taken place on ground also. So anyone who is injured on ground, he will be taken to hospital by city and municipal administration to give first aid and other medical aid. The aviation authorities will definitely zero in now by tonight onto it is their job. You know, sometimes it looks that they are very people who don't show emotion. Especially the crash investigation board members have got no time to show their emotions. Their job is now absolutely cut out that they have to go to the site, try and recover the digital flight recorder and cockpit voice recorder, and they will also go to the air traffic control to take possession of the tape recorder in which a last minute exchange of voice communication has taken place. You see what happens, there are certain legal implications also. Human tragedy has taken place. So the Boeing company, they will also send their reps to India because their reputation is also at stake. Boeing will definitely like to know exactly what caused their Dreamliner aircraft accident like this. They will definitely end up in another 8 or 10 hours in India. And as per IATA regulations, it is necessary that they are given protocol is that the OEM, the manufacturer of the plane, is given all the access to all the debris and other recording devices. Another big decision which DGCA will have to take by tonight, what to do with the remaining aircraft. Sometimes it appears that probably the accident took place because of some basic design fault. That does not appear to be the case in this case, but sometimes it may be so that it appears that the particular component had some design faults. In that case, the entire fleet is grounded for next 12 hours, 24 hours, till the time each component on that particular component on the other aircraft are investigated. That is not the case in this case. Boeing 787 Dreamliner is a highly reliable aircraft. So DGCA also will have to ensure that all the people fatalities which have taken place, they are officially announced. Right now, what happens, whatever list is coming out, it is informal list, but legal implications state that DGCA must quickly come out with an official list of passengers. Large number of fatals have taken place. Many people will like to follow up tomorrow because their near and dear ones have gone. In my 34 years service in Indian Air Force, I have seen such accidents taking place at least 10 or
लाया गया है, जिन्हें श्रेष्ठ सारवार दी जा रही है। जो सगे हैं, नजदीक के सगे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग की व्यवस्था हम लोगों ने बीजे मेडिकल कॉलेज के कसौटी भवन में की है। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, जिसमें खास तौर पे माता पिता अथवा उनके पुत्र पुत्री नजदीक के सगाओं में होते हैं, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप डीएनए सैंपल के लिए कसौटी भवन में बनी हुई व्यवस्था पर अपने सैंपल दें, ताकि दुर्घटना के जो विक्टिम है उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन जल्दी से हो सके। प्लेन के जो मुसाफिर हैं, उनके रिलेटिव और बाकी जो इजा होके घायल होके सिविल हॉस्पिटल आए हैं, उनके सगे संबंधियों को अगर किसी भी तरह की पूछताछ करनी है, ज्यादा माहिती की जरूरत है, तो उसके लिए सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद ने 2 हेल्पलाइन नंबर शुरू किए हैं। एक नंबर है 63 57 37 38 31 एवं दूसरा नंबर है 63 57 37 38 41। इन 2 नंबर पे आप माहिती के लिए संपर्क कर सकते हैं। प्लेन के जो पैसेंजर थे, उनके सगे संबंधियों के लिए मेडिकल कॉलेज बिल्डिंग में मैं आपको इंग्लिश में, अगर आप में से चाहते हैं।
All right, so there you have information about DNA samples which have to be collected now so that there can be identification of those who lost their lives in this terrible, terrible crash, which was bound to London from Ahmedabad. The tragedy which unfolded this afternoon, now it's being confirmed that 242 passengers on board this 787 Dreamliner are all feared dead, and also there have been some local deaths as well. And as you could see, an official was there speaking about how DNA samples will be collected, and it shall be made easy for those who are grieving, relatives and kin of those who have their relatives in these great tragedies. These are the live visuals, rescue and rehabilitation of ambulances and also bulldozers there. You see that how the debris now has to be cleared to see to it that the next steps are taken after this devastating tragedy. Okay. On the screen right now of rescue and rehabilitation. Of course, we have very tragic news. 242 people on board are feared dead, which also includes former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. And now the officials are saying that DNA collections will happen. The samples will be collected so that the identification of the deceased can be ascertained. A terrible, tragic tragedy. Let's listen in to MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal's reaction on this terrible, devastating tragedy.
So, Ayushi, first, your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we are once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones.
एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे। मैं भी यहाँ से अभी निकल रहा हूँ। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है। उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, डीजीसीए थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहां पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना, यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहां पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी बाहर निकालना, तो मदद कर रहे हैं, तो उसीलिए हमारी टीम
And we like latest details of in a 142 people on board the aircraft are feared. No official word on it yet. From the London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which was carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members, it crashed into the BJ Medical College hostel in Ahmedabad minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport. Visuals on your screens are those which are captured by mobile cameras, which showed the aircraft losing altitude rapidly and crashing in a ball of fire. 169 Indians were on board, apart from 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, and 7 Portuguese nationals as well. We have Samia Kapoor joining us from the newsroom with the latest. Samia, at this stage, we do know that a rest crash.
News that we're bringing to our viewers at this point in time. This is the big breaking news. People were hoping against hope that there are going to be survivors, but like we are playing out those visuals on the screens, which shows how the flight took off, and in a matter of minutes, it blew into a huge ball of fire. It appears that all 242 passengers have perished. No survivors from that Ahmedabad to London Gatwick flight. Absolutely tragic. And that is not where the death toll ends. Unfortunately, the plane went and crashed into a medical college hostel, and the local administration is still trying to ascertain the number of deaths at that medical college hostel as well, because there were several students at the dining area who were feared trapped. There were reports of 20 students who have died as well. The final numbers are yet to be put forth by the government. They are going through the process of ascertaining facts. The rescue operations are in full swing. We are playing out all those visuals. Tragic, as several family members are right now coming to terms with the fact that those who boarded the flight from Ahmedabad for London have not survived. They are no more. And unfortunately, it was the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who was passenger number 12 on that particular flight. He too may not have survived, although we are waiting for the family to put forth a statement. But what we can tell you at this point in time is that the Home Minister, Amit Shah, has rushed to Ahmedabad right now. The Prime Minister has been constantly in touch with all the authorities and agencies who have been pressed upon for this particular rescue operations. NDRF team, SDRF team are all in action, and world leaders have also put forth a statement standing with India in this hour of grief and crisis. We've seen Keir Starmer to Anthony Albanese and several other leaders who have tweeted saying that they stand with India. There is the UK British High Commission who has put out a helpline number. There were 52 British nationals on board that particular flight. Out of the 242 passengers, remember, 230 were passengers alone, 10 were the crew members, and 2 others were the pilots. That is the final numbers that we are telling our viewers right now. And amongst them were several foreign nationals, infant, women, all of them perished in thin air. Absolutely tragic. Tragedy that unfolded at the Ahmedabad airport today, minutes after the takeoff. We are yet to ascertain whether it's a case of a bird hit or a case of the aircraft tail that may have collided against a building or a tree while taking off. We do not exactly know. But this is not the first time around that we are hearing about areas of concern that were flagged as far as Boeing is concerned. We do have information that only in the last few days itself, where 7878 Dreamliner on 7th June from Delhi to Paris had landed in Sharjah due to an electrical error, where the pilot also came across some burning smell in the cabin. It was his presence of mind and quick thinking and the immediate decision that he took to land the flight safely at Sharjah instead. So there have been concerns surrounding Boeing. Of course, it's not been fatal, the manner in which we are witnessing today. Unfortunate, horrific tragedy over there that has unfolded. It has the entire nation and the world leaders standing with India and mourning the deaths of 242 passengers.
Samya Kapoor is joining us with the latest as we continue to bring you the latest pictures and the details as well. As you can see on your screens, it's the visuals of the family members who've reached the hospitals, family members who are fearing the worst, that they've lost their loved ones. Family members have been asked to reach hospitals and give their the DNA and give samples so that the DNA testing can be done to identify the deceased. Visuals now on your screens are of the BJ Medical College Hostel building and the surrounding areas where the flight crashed. We have Captain Ehsan Khalid, aviation expert. We have Captain SS Panesar, aviation expert and ex-director flight safety, Indian Airlines, joining us. Let me first take this across to Captain Ehsan Khalid, aviation expert, who's with us. Captain Ehsan Khalid, right now we don't have a confirmation on what exactly caused this crash. Was it a bird hit? Was it a case of the tail of the aircraft, clashing against a tree or on its takeoff? But help us understand this. From the visuals, from the data, from the facts that we have, the flight upon takeoff, probably less than a minute, under takeoff, there was a problem. And that is the reason why, if you see the way it crashed, it had no altitude. It was just 625 feet in air, when the crash happened.
Yeah, very tragic accident and very difficult to say what exactly happened in the cockpit at that point of time. But we surely know that the pilot identified the problem and initiated a mayday call. Mayday call is initiated when the pilot, in his wisdom, knows and understands that there is grave danger to the aircraft and occupant. That being said, the pilot was trying to thereafter continue with the flight. That means he was already past that point, the decision point that he could have discontinued the takeoff. I am not aware whether the mayday call was given once the aircraft was airborne or when the aircraft was on ground. So coming back to the flight, that we see that it is losing height. That is a condition when the aircraft speed is not sufficient to sustain a flight. If you see, the pilot is actually pitching the nose up to keep the aircraft into flight state, which is not happening. The only reason for this is that the speed is less for that particular flight condition. Why the speed is less? Is it because of loss of engine failure, loss of engine power? Was the loss on both the engines? Was the loss on single engine power? Because this aircraft is designed to fly perfectly fine on a single engine power. So, in all probabilities, there was loss of power on both engines. Why the loss of power on both engines? It could be because of any technical issue, which is very, very, very unlikely and rare. But could it be because of burst ingestion on the both engines, like Captain Sully in Hudson River Bay? Both the engine power is lost. The landing gear is down. That indicates that fine, the aircraft has lost power on both the engines. That could be one reason. And the pilot is committed to go ahead and make a touchdown and reduce the kind of damage that would have happened with landing gear up. In my humble submission, it appears that there was a technical fault that was identified. What actions pilot took, was that action as per the requirement of the phase of the flight? I have no idea to it. Because there is no aircraft, no pilot, no aircraft manufacturer who trains their pilot to counter both engine power loss. The second thing is that at a particular speed, if the flight configuration is not right, that means, let's say the aircraft is flying at 150 knots and it is supposed to have a flap of 5 degrees. And if it is not 5 degrees, then for the same speed, the aircraft is actually slow and it will not be able to maintain the flight. Looks to be very unlikely in this particular case, because the pilot is totally in control of the aircraft and trying to control the aircraft, and it is descending. I hate to say this, but looks like that the power on both the engines have been compromised. Reason of it will only be told when you have a digital flight data recorder and the CVR along with the ACARS and transcripts from the ATC is all merged together, taken to the lab, downloaded, analyzed. We will come to know as to what happened. In the meanwhile, condolence to everyone who have lost their near and dear ones on this. For the pilot community, it will keep baffling us, because it is something which is totally unprecedented. We can't put things together as to what happened actually.
Why would you say that, Captain Ehsan Khalid? Captain Ehsan Khalid, why is it unprecedented? As far as the Boeing 787 Dreamliner itself is concerned, it's not an aircraft that's prone to crashes. It has a fairly solid record, isn't it?
Yeah, it is unprecedented, and for me as a pilot and instructor examiner on various types of aircraft, I am not able to guesstimate why the landing gear is down.
Captain Ehsan Khalid,
aircraft that has
is it a possibility that if this is a good aircraft, fundamentally speaking, but if it is an aircraft which wasn't maintained properly and was not in the best of conditions, and then that could have led to the technical glitch that led to this crash.
No, you see, what you're talking about is a matter of investigation. I am not able to put together why the landing gear is down. Landing gear for an aircraft that climbed to 625 feet should have been up. I don't see any visual where the landing gear is coming down after it was selected. And it is a very, 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 very baffling situation. Landing gear should have been up unless there is loss of both engine. Then the pilot will just, it's like, they knew that there is no way that it's going to. They were probably trying to restart the engine or something. Landing gear being down is an indication that there was something that happened out of the book. It was not in the book. It was not something for which the pilot was trained for. And what was it? I don't know. But any pilot that you ask, take off, positive rate, gear up. Engine failure, positive rate, gear up. Engine fire, positive rate, gear up. Why will the gear be down? I don't know.
Okay.
And so it is a difficult scenario. There could be some mix-up of even calls, etc. But part of investigation. And let's hope that this is something that we learn out of it, and something like this is never.
Stay with us. Stay with us. We also have former Aviation Minister Praful Patel speaking on the matter. Let's quickly listen in.
Such an accident has taken place. Our condolences to the victims and their families, and I hope any survivors are there for their speedy recovery. Having said that, India's aviation sector is a very safe sector, being managed very well. Our DGCA and all other safety protocols are absolutely as good as anywhere else in the world. And so do the airlines also, like Air India, Indigo or other airlines also follow very good safety protocols. So I don't think there is any reason to worry about India's aviation sector. However, this accident, how and why it took place is a very, surprising thing, because the A787 Dreamliner is a very technically advanced aircraft. There are thousands of Dreamliners flying all over the world by many airlines, and there is no reason to doubt about the aircraft itself. Now, if the accident has taken place, only the black box will reveal what is the real reason why it went wrong. The captain did give a mayday call, but we must also remember that the aircraft flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Obviously, there was no snag. Otherwise, the captain would not have decided to fly from Ahmedabad to London, which is a very long flight. And there is absolutely, no reason to even consider, because the pilot would have done pre-flight checks on flight check, and between the captain and the second in command, they do all the checks to ascertain whether the plane is flyworthy. So in this case, for a 9.5-hour flight, everything was in place. What went wrong, only an investigation can reveal.
Do you think there was a breach?
Right, now we have Captain S.S. Panesar, aviation expert, joining us. Captain S.S. Panesar, it is baffling, one and all, isn't it, as what exactly could have gone wrong? Can you tell us your first observations when you saw the footage, the way that aircraft crashed?
Well, let me tell you at the outset, we are sorry to know this crash. Very sad thing. Particularly the most modern aircraft, and the pilot announced the mayday. That means the control of aircraft getting beyond his own control, beyond his own training facility, what he has gained it. That means something serious, either with the engine that failed, or we cannot anticipate right now, unless we get the digital flight data recorder reading or cockpit voice recording reading. Only then we can decide about the technical failure and all that. Pilot when get airborne, he gets a positive rate of climb on the IB, the vertical speed indicator, to tell the aircraft is airborne. Then he takes the gear up. And gear going up and getting locked up, it takes few seconds. It is not that immediately put the lever on, the gear is up and all that. It takes time. And during that time, when the engine fail and all that, it becomes difficult for the aircraft to climb. And how was the loading done? We don't know. Sometimes the traffic people do overloading also. We don't know. That only investigation report. But I only wish they should have, this is the high time they should have a judicial inquiry. The DGCA does not have expertise in investigating high-tech aircraft technology. In the past, many incidents have happened where the reports are just made, they cover up operation. If I tell you the report, you'll start laughing at those reports which they have done it. And they given 800 pages, 900 pages, useless pages, no proper investigation. This is the time, high time, we should have a judicial inquiry, involve all the professionals, because they do in-house